What is back? Welcome up, everyone. Not sure why it's not loading in the game yet. There we go. I just wanted to kind of at the top of this, for those of you who are watching the VOD, and for those of you who are here early or on time, early, late. We normally start at 9:30. We will not be streaming next Saturday in the morning. We will be streaming in the evening. I'm not sure exactly yet what time, but I have a commitment in the morning, so we won't be doing that. This might look a little strange to many of you, because it's like, hey, why are we in 1852? Well, this is the Morgenroete Better Politics, More Companies game that we had started quite some time ago, and we are returning to it. We are going back to it, because I was thinking, it's been a while since I've played France, and we do like those mods, although perhaps we want to have a little vote on what we should do. If the people do not want the Better Politics mod, got here early for a change. Hey, how's it going, Nasser? If people want change, then certainly if we're playing France and we're role-playing, then we should have revolution. But just to kind of reiterate, or kind of cover over the Better Politics mod, this is visually like what it does like the most, and you can see right here we are having some issues with having extremely low rigidity, if you're familiar with the mod. But what it does is it doubles or triples the number of interest groups you have, which I'm kind of a fan of, because it dilutes the effects of a single ideology over informing things, and then it also introduces a different system for passing laws, where you have to convince the members of the legislature to accept, and over 50% have to accept, and the ticking speed is not like the only important thing that is present. And also, we do have this political rigidity mechanic, which is going to give a bunch of bonuses or malices, depending on where you are. Ideally, you want to stay in between 33 and 66, whereas under 33, you get pop political strength, radicals from standard living decreases, which is particularly painful right now, and minus building throughput and construction efficiency. That is a vibe. And at the top level, you get minus enactment chance, success, and speed, so you really want to be in between 33 and 66. There's a worse politics mod. That's hilarious. Last time I used BPE, it took away one of your companies. BPE. Better Politics mod? We're also playing with Morgenroete, which adds a whole bunch of, flavor. Let's get Theodore as our mountaineer. In terms of Academy of Arts and Sciences. And then also, we are taking a look at, of which we have already kind of done some things. Could send someone to the Valley of the Kings. Do a long journey to Egypt. We are working on getting a geologist here. And then we are also playing with the More Unique Companies mod. Of which we were waiting to slot something in, something I know not what. But as you can see, we have over 450 potential companies. So I saw your message. You could rest easy that I'm not one of them, like the documentaries about them in Brazil, but that's why the intro has that imagery. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know Portuguese, so I can't, like, I'm just looking at it as, like, that is an area of concern, because to some extent, it's this weird sort of situation where, generally speaking, even if someone has radically different views from them, I don't think that dehumanizes them, as long as their actions aren't, like, problematic. But from the perspective of making content, if I were to have someone who was, let's say, a sympathizer, in terms of someone I work with, that probably would go poorly for me. Looks like we just maybe finished up a war with the USA, and then we saved our game here. French rats are the best cooks, true. Morgenroete is great, so much more depth and opportunities. I love Morgenroete, My only problem with Morgenroete, and this is a substantive problem, is that... Have we not expanded in North Africa yet? I guess we'll do that. My only why is that so much infamy? What the frick? Oh, part of it's we have jingoism, which we'd rather not have. Constantine is also the worst, like, population amount. It's 1.6 million. I think it's 1.66 million is where you hit the infamy cap, so it's like just about as bad as it could be in terms of how much infamy cost it is. We think Rome joins against us, or is likely to. And we're kind of facing down the barrel of some debt, so maybe let's not mix it up with someone who's relatively large. Oh, just kidding, Rome's not large. The truth hurts. Wait, who else are we fighting currently? These guys over here. Down that revolution. Just French things. Well, we're not experiencing a revolution. It looks like we're currently experiencing a little bit of problems. In terms of the budget. Oh, did we just finish a revolution? We must have just finished a revolution for that to, like, that to happen. That doesn't make sense without that context. Okay. It's been a couple weeks since we, played this episode, so I'm not sure exactly, where we're leaving off on in some regards, but that makes sense, in which case we can resume construction. Although we do want to get onto steel frame and such. Do we have government admins in the queue? Because we're going to need them. Looks like we don't. So we'll search for a place that is incorporated specifically. We will prioritize. Something like this. Put us in good shape. Science is not required. Not in our country. And our composer gets us some progress towards camera. More astronomical objects per year. Being really behind in technology really kind of makes it rough on playing Morgenroete specifically. What is this? Ottoman Empire has sided with Constantinia. That changes things up a little bit. I think that we will maybe balkanize them a little bit. Is that just 10,000 flat? That seems not too bad. Can you explain again the general gist of the mod? I mean, I did it just like 2 or 3 minutes ago, but I'll very, very briefly. Morgenroete adds a whole bunch of Academy of Arts, Academy of Sciences, and just general flavor to the game. Better Politics it adds a few more laws and law systems, and it adds a new system for passing laws, as well as this notion of political rigidity. which I think is a pretty good mechanic. And when you pass laws, you have to convince the legislature to support. You could sway them with various, promises. And overall, I prefer it as a law passing system. And then we are also using the more unique companies mod, which adds a ton more unique companies. You can see there's like 450 different companies we could slot in. So that is quite a bit. Although none we can slot in right now. Because we need to own the levels. I think we wanted to incorporate either Suzhou or this for Wells Fargo. The incorporation on here is quite a while, though. But I think we have to own government levels. And that's the problem for us right now. I'm not sure exactly what company we wanted to go for. We have an iron company and a paper company. I mean, we could go for a music industries company, but I don't think... that would quite swing it for us. We could go for generic steel, but that's a little bit less fun, eh? These are the ones that have, like, a ton of these. These are the bank companies, which you could only use one of. And I think we want to use Wells Fargo, so we have to wait 13 years to be able to slot it in. This one would be great, but it requires we own Korean states. This one requires Korean states as well. Music and instruments output is particularly strong. I mean, surely that would be the more cultured choice of doing things. Or output bonuses are a lot stronger than throughput. A lot of these, the problem is the throughput's no longer going to apply to the trade center or the manor houses. Because the way companies were changed, there hasn't been light industries. I think that refers to everything that's not heavy, which is like most of the industries. That actually is a pretty insane company. Still larger than Carthage, though. How to get banned? Speedrun. Thank you for playing Morgenroete. You're very welcome. Although I'm playing it not to like help out the modders, although I'm delighted you play this game because I really like the mod. My only complaint is it slows down the game, but like I'm pretty sure that's like there's not a way around that. It's hard to play a really deep run is kind of the without it causing the game to chug. Right now we're looking through more unique companies mod type stuff. If I'm not mistaken, Marco is one of the developers of Morgenroete. In the chat, if you guys had a question, comment, or concern. That not too bad. Again, these are the banks, and we don't want to slot in a bank yet. Maybe it just is the steel company? God, that feels bad. I wish there was a way to sort here. Well, we know we want to put in Wells Fargo, I think. And this is going to make it so that we still won't have coal. So I think, do want some place that has coal. So let's kind of scroll through and think more specifically on coal industries. Although we also do not have a steel industry. So coal, steel, and tools will really be kind of what we try and... Rather than looking at the prosperity bonus, we'll really focus on coal, steel, and tools. I mean, we would love this, but we're not going to get that incorporated anytime soon. And we're trying to get something in relatively soon. I mean, the generic coal is an option. Did they change this? Does it really just give minus mortality? I mean, that's a vanilla company. I don't remember it giving minus mortality. That's not too bad. And we can make everyone French, too. Morgenroete soundtracks are great, too. They are great. We're not playing with them because we don't want to get copyright bopped. I really do like the soundtracks. They use versions, though, that are copyrighted. So we can't play with them on stream, unfortunately. I do love the music. Alternatively, we could do this one. Oh, no, wait. I don't think we have enough North China. Okay, so if we use the minus mortality... minus mortality and plus assimilation one. What do we need? Burgundy needs to have textile mills equal to or greater than 3. Alright. Burgundy, of course, is in Burgundy. That's right. I think the one at the back of the queue will just kill. Something like this. I think we have a lot of radicals. How are we doing on that? Yes, it's a bit slower because there are so many tech boosts, which otherwise would unbalance it otherwise. Yes, one of the developers. Yeah. Hey Mendigo, how's it going? How are we? We're pretty good. Enjoying this mod. That is part of the mountaineering. I think that, yeah, we're not bankrolling anyone. I don't even know where that state is. Caradog? This must be some of the dynamic naming. Ah. Let's see what Spain wants. Obligation or Diplo Pact. Let's just humiliate the Ottomans. And then balkanize them if this goes through, which it will. Because it's an annexation war. You ever been to Bosnia, son? You ever been in the shit? I think this doesn't hurt us at all to send scientists. We'll restore, now that we put in the war goals, some of our original stuff. That bro, is it a Haiti situation? Nah, it's called stimulating the economy. We're fine. We're fine. Easy climb for us, climbing in Kenya. Great Britain sides with Constantine. Well, that's not fair, because we already used all of our maneuvers. God, man. I hate the war system so much. Like, we waited until this was over halfway. Right? We would not have used all these maneuvers. Because we would have kept some to use on the UK. Namely, probably liberate Cape Colony. We might just reload. Alternatively, we could go for Kenya ourselves. I think we're gonna reload. I mean, I guess what we're supposed to do is we're just supposed to wait until the last minute, but they could still join the last minute once you burn all your maneuvers. It's really kind of like a silly system where you're like maneuver locked in order to make it so that you can't take too many war goals rather than it being like an infamy lock situation or a war score situation. Debt is the cornerstone of a strong economy. Exactly. Nothing that some war reps doesn't fix. That's what I'm talking about. But it's like one of my complaints with the war system too. I think we had a piece of paper somewhere around where we were writing down like several things that we had a problem with. But let's get the autosave loading. Like, maneuvers as a resource, gating what you can take at the end of the war, and then you can just burn them all, and then... It looks like we might need to load one further back. Nope. Okay. So we will wait until the UK joins, and then put in our war goals, except now the UK might not join. We'll see. I understand that they're joining because they want to fight Austria. I mean, I don't mind the UK joining and us having to fight the UK. I mind, like, us burning up all our maneuvers. And then not being able to put anything in on the UK. I mean, you could abuse the AI with this as well, but maybe we won't liberate Albania just in case they join last minute here. Because there's still some escalation time. Alright. Let's see, we could greatly improve the expedition. We may encounter more special events, clues, major artifacts, or certain death. We'll say we need a guide who knows the area. We'll take things a little bit slow. I think we'll just go for whatever's the most legitimate. We've already convinced the legislature to pass the thing, so... A slope, so we could gain 70% progress. I think we're gonna just take things slow on this one. Trade unions plus 10 in acting support. Or social liberals minus 10. We will see if we need those things. So the trade unionists are already plus 8 for us there, so they're already supporting. And the social liberals are plus 8 for it, so minus 10 would make it so that we couldn't pass it. So we're gonna go with this, and this guy, the liberal Democrat, will die. So, unfortunately, we still needed that, but fair enough. Belgium wants an alliance. I don't think so, Belgium. Something about the natural borders of France suggests this is not what we're gonna do. Oh, maybe we wanted to go after Belgium, and we were saving our company slot because we were gonna attack Belgium. I mean, we still have the slot. I guess we could attack them next. Or we could propose a trade agreement and then break it repeatedly to damage relations. We can't break it immediately, but we will be able to eventually. I think this is net negative more. Austrians don't believe in actually mobilizing their troops. Which is fine enough. We have some units mobilized. I think we'll just stand these guys down, because they're conscript heavy. We could research barbed wire with the Morgenroete stuff. More important asset of this time period sucks like shit. Wait, what? Problem begins with maybe. Scathe scumming a man of your talents? I generally, if I think something's stupid, I shouldn't be in game. I am generally a lot more okay safe scumming it. I was very much okay fighting Great Britain. I think the way maneuvers work is really stupid. Although, I guess we've already explained that, and you might have said that before we read it. We'll do that one. I forgot we moved the capital to Alsace-Lorraine, just to, like, really show Germany what's up. Easy climbing progress there. And we will continue to search the Northwest Passage. Looks like the Inuit has helped with our expedition. I think we will move this guy over to this front to free this guy up to do another landing. And then we'll move this guy over here. The tooling company of John Cockrell, though, still won't have coal in it, so maybe we do that. I understand why we should have two resources that do the same thing. In what regard? A backward nation with 10 ships could do the same thing as the UK with 100. Yeah, this is a problem. If these guys aren't involved in a battle, which they are, somewhere, yeah. But if they weren't, we could use them. Alright, we know that we need that support. Looks like the legislature is actually voting now to reject. We still have some sways, though, so let's find someone who's swayable, like this 8% guy. Sway him. Negotiate tax break. And then we are just under. I think we will negotiate with the military here. -5 approval for some years seems fine, and now they will accept it. So, 1/3 chance of aborting the mission. Which incidentally I think kills our mountaineer, so... I think we're looking for 25% chance of failure or lower. Getting an artifact with our Egyptian expedition. Yeah, we'll risk this one. We'll get the biscuit on this one. We will not risk that one. Yellow fever. No! No! Alright. Maneuvers and infamy, in theory, do the same thing. Prevent the player from overexpanding. Yeah, but you can ignore infamy after a certain point. But, like, the war score system seems just fine. I mean, I really wish they would just... Well, I like the idea of the diploplay system, just the execution really sucks super hard. Which is why I wouldn't say I would rather them just completely port over EU4's system. God, we just, like, are actually hemorrhaging a ton of money. This is unfortunate. We're gonna again look for that 0.25%. Our composer gained some reputation at the concert, and his concert overseas series is completed, so now he should be free up. He said he should be free up, or he's tired still. The only thing we have a really good one of is a painter. We could acquire a masterwork. That'd be expensive, though. Are we at least gaining... We're not even gaining investment pool. And we begin our dig in Egypt. Composer does need a rest. Yep, shout out to him. Alright, fair. Fair, fair, fair. These guys still in a battle. Looks like maybe not the best battle for us. But we're getting... Wait, why does Tripoli join? There we go. It's 173 for levels of institutions. I think we'll do this instead of lowering it. This gives us minus infamy generation. Eventually we want to upgrade that quite a bit. I think we wouldn't mind this and this in terms of where we're going here. An easy climb, that's what we like to hear. We're almost done with the ascent to the mountain. We just need one more progress. Mummified animals. We can gain artifacts or progress on the tech. I think we'll choose the artifacts. This system should ditch the maneuvers and just increase the infamy cost, or put like an infamy cap that you can generate in a single war or something like this. Or have, as you add more infamy, it scales exponentially. I don't know. GP is fighting with literally nothing to gain and some nonsensical wars, just peak victory content. In theory, like, the biggest thing to gain is crippling the other GP, right? Oh, did our boat guy die? Our boatman died. Someone's not pulling their weight in this war, Austria. You should be solo boloing, Austria should be solo boloing the other guy. Oh, we clicked the wrong button. Alright, we're gonna see if we need the professional interests or the other guys. Professional interests we need, but we don't need that much. Bureaucratic interests do we need? Yeah, we need the bureaucratic interests. Alright. So the law will slow down. Bureaucratic interests were only at +6. So we couldn't afford to eat the -10. Avalanche, no! We could coin flip it. I think we'll look for an alternative route. Desert Storm. Oh, what's the math on this? So 2/3 of the time... it's net minus 1.3 versus net minus 1, right? Not sure if I got the math right on that one. We don't want to delete down more construction. Really kind of unfortunate spot. Minus 80k. Getting some measles. A lot more diseases in Morgenroete. We'll wait for in the 25% chance kind of range. We have good weather in Egypt. Nice. We can see here's our progress bar. It's possible you don't want to gain that much progress and you instead want to just keep ticking the events that can give you stuff. I'm not really sure if that's the case. Seems like it could be. Shout out to Austria not pulling their weight. Alright, so 29%, we'll say that this is good enough. We have one more tick. Uh-oh. Ivory Coast losing their lives. No. This is special. I think that what we need is we just need to... we have our physician research more stuff. Yeah, we're currently engaging in medical research. Eiffel Tower. To the sky, to the stars. Let's go, people of culture. We'll also start colonizing in a few places here. Where is the Eiffel Tower in the construction? Is it just local? It might just be local. Ah, okay, the decision built it. Fair. Anything we have to do here? We get 1 point each month? Alright, okay, cool. Looks like they've abandoned... oh no, wait, we're the ones pushing the north. That makes sense. I think we should be able to make the company now. We cannot. Are we on laissez-faire? No, we're not. So I guess we need 2 more. Yuck. Let's try exporting more luxury clothes. Nadar takes the first aerial photos from a balloon. We will get reconnaissance balloons. Weather station in the observatory is unlocked. So we'll come in. And turn that on. Which will give us a bunch of ETTT modifiers that are all really good though. kind of a bit of a free roll. We'll say this is too risky. Kind of looking for our better odds. Oh, it's tempting to take the tech, but we'll take the expedition stuff. From the roadmap, it sounds like things that are going to futures allow Diplo plays to trigger mid-war escalation. What do you think about it as a solution? I think that the entire diplomatic plays, like, should be perhaps reflected in a way that does not involve a cooldown or a countdown. Unless you specifically, like, threaten with war or something like this. That you should have, like, layers where, like, you request something, and then you demand something, and then you threaten, and then only the threatened portion gives the countdown, but that you can lean diplomatic pressure on them, and there are ways in which you could perhaps force them to capitulate, because when you have a request, you could perhaps invite a bunch of other people to join your request, until it's no longer tenable for them to, like, resist. But then if you escalate it to a demand, that escalation costs you some amount of infamy, right? For the particular thing you're demanding, and stuff like this. And then I also think you should be able to just directly declare war, but if you declare war without first making a request to demand a threat, this type of thing, it gives you a lot more infamy, just for the war declaration itself. And then all of the, what you take in a war is determined on enforcement rather than before the war, but you will get a discount on anything you have already made a request, demand, or threat for, and that discount scales with how high a level of the thing that you had done is. Diplo plays aren't the problem so much as the restriction to allies only having one goal at each of the war support systems. Yeah, so, like, the allies should be able to demand certain things, like, proportionate to their contribution. Hey, Rash, good morning. Hello, sir. Why is your auto queue not working? I'm not sure. Alright, we weren't able to reach the peak, but our mountaineer survives. Or he doesn't? Bruh. He's just like, nah, I can't do it. What a little pussy. Alright, we're just gonna do whichever gives us the most literary tradition. Which is that option. Is everyone involved in a battle? We'll do that. We maybe didn't want to pull him off that front, but I think it's fine. We really don't care if Austria gets pushed, so... Not exactly playing that as tight as possible. I think we'll take the artifact and the improvement in our expedition. Nice books, bro. Get some Lino-type technology. Really kind of scared of this. I mean, war reps will make it better. In particular, military goods are quite expensive, but that's partially because our economy's really not grown a lot in the 20 years since the start of the game, because there's so much stuff in the Morgenroete mod that you have to pay money for, and you can either ignore the mechanic, which is probably what you're supposed to do at the beginning, or, we'll gain progress towards our early archaeology instead. I'm not sure we want to generate infamy. Bruh. They're just, like, full-on going for Yue here. That's so much infamy, is it not? That's fair. The timers on the Diplo plays are way too long. Yeah, you should be... Well... if you threaten, the threaten should have a timer, and then you should have the option to actually go to war or back down from your threat. If you, like, back down, you should still gain infamy, and then your entire claim goes away, and you also, like, lose prestige or something. I'm not sure we want to allow this. The thing is, I really wish we could actually, if we stepped in, that we could go for more than just one state, but maybe going for British Kenya is enough. Corruption? No! Say politicians are to blame. And we will gain some specimens in our northern expedition. Plagiarism of articles is commonplace in most of Isle-de-France penny press. Well, we don't like that. We can get innovation for several years. I think we'll take the innovation. And we will have Elizabeth, who's a very popular nihilist. Are we already total separation? No, we're not. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure we want to intervene here. If we do, we want to grab Kenya. We could also declare our own war simultaneously for Zanzibar. Oh, I forgot, this place won't grow without a port. God, I hate that. Hey, Yankees fan, thank you for the $20. Wow, so much. When Harar? We can't play Harar in Morgenroete. It just feels too bad. It's like playing Morgenroete but not playing Morgenroete. Thinking now on, do we go after Zanzibar? It's like such a big chunk of infamy. I wish we could liberate Zanzibar instead. Can we? No, it's not an option. Very unfortunate. I mean, we have an interest in this region. We just, very importantly, don't want them to have Zanzibar, so that they can't colonize in this way. Oh, but we would just be eating like 30 infamy here to like win the colonial game. Also, you know what? We wouldn't want to do it on top of this war. The problem with doing it on top of this war is that if they don't put any war goals on us, we can get it forced out really easy. How are you doing, Yankees fan? I'm not gonna cook it, but I'll order it from Zanzibar. Bam. We are a little hungry. I think we're just supposed to let them take the Chinese states, man, but it feels so freaking bad. So why the hell do they have so many battalions? What the hell? What's going on? Why is this out of 466? Oh, I just visually didn't see. Yeah, I think we're just supposed to not do this and just let them actually get full annexed. They're gonna get full annexed here. I guess that means we could release UA later from the UK. And if the UK has freedom of movement, which they almost certainly will, then this will mean that we can actually siphon off pops, maybe, with migration. Something like this. Alright, I guess we leave it alone. Well, actually, we might even want to join the UK. If we join the UK, then we can reset attitude, which is probably worth. I think, in theory, in the long term, we are going to want to rumble with the UK, so we'd prefer people to not be in the French-British Association here. But we'll see. You're nearly bankrupt, slow down, means no war now? I think we're okay. Ish. Having guys mobilized is really expensive, but we're not gonna have guys mobilized soon. And getting the war reps is gonna feel pretty good. I think we have at the back of the queue textile mills that we need at the front of the queue. We end the yellow fever epidemic. But what did it cost us? Oh no. Our expedition gets lost. Yeah. Very low success chance on this expedition. That's unfortunate. Thought we were kind of doing alright. These guys... If these guys will give us become subject or transfer state, we would be for it, but... The curse of the Pharaoh... Minus research speed. So we gain 1 Egyptian artifact. But I think we wanted Central American... what is it? We have a thing for getting a dig in them. So we want an archaeological license in terms of our next one. I think our guy has to study the artifacts he found, though, for a while. Anyway. Yeah. Our economy should also be a little bit better now that we've recovered up rigidity. Should get even better once we pass prop tax. He gains Egyptology's specialization, and he has to take a look at the findings. But I think now we might be able to... No, we can't do anything with our composer. We could acquire... He's focusing on civil engineering. Dr. Eiffel. Oh, now we could target them? Hell yeah. We'll target the one in Alsace-Lorraine. For improving the construction. We can map the moon. I suppose. Whoa, our rigidity increasing very quickly is not something we want. We want to be... Okay, we're dropping. We want to be under 66. Which our target is under 66. so that's fine with us. Health system increases a rank. I think, yeah, several of our institutions will increase. Can we get a good event? I think since we don't need, we can afford to eat the setback, I think. Try to get some more success chance. I wonder what we're doing here. We're improving relations with Russia. We have one available mandate. I think we'll take food standardization next level. Vassalization next level also might have made some sense. I think we also want to get an archaeological license. Maybe not. They're not paying us some ducats. Bulgarian mass migration attraction. We're about to finish the clothing, so I think we will be able to slot in our company that we were kind of looking at. Oh no, not cholera. We have too much health institution. But we do get rid of measles. So now we should be able to slot in the company we want. Yeah, there we go. Could also slot in the Banque de France, but this is not a very good bank, I don't think. So I think we'll let it not, we'll not slide it in. We'll do this one. Somehow Palpatine returned. Oh no! I've been watching your tutorials from last year about economy and building, but I keep on going to default by 1845 as running Sweden. You probably need to build less construction, as much as it is painful to say. It's always your excuse for not playing Ethiopia. We keep playing on the mods, yeah. I thought about playing vanilla today, but we only played one episode of this. So I thought that would be kind of okay. Mass graves. Mass graves permanently. Let's get mass graves permanently. I can't get Tenacious D out of my head now. Harar is actually easier with the new discrimination mechanics. Because they, both North and South, they, like both Arabia and Africa, they accept. Right? Played Bavaria in this mod. Hungary seceded from Austria. Secession's sometimes OP. That is like the secession that should be the spookiest, right? In general. Spoiled fruit to blame. Didn't we just have solve yellow fever? Just fought against a 5-year war against the UK as Russia over a True Shield States, Hormuz. It was gonna win, but then the True Shield States had a peasant revolt and they didn't control the state when they capped. Yeah. There's like some aspects of the war system like that that are just super frustrating. Generally, I kind of like reloading and swapping sides and capitulating and this type of stuff. Speaking of, we can capitulate out of this. And now, everything's, the economy's kind of recovered. I think we maybe can do some of this. How much of this is not on steel frame? Alright, let's swap over Rhone specifically. And let's maybe get rid of one of these construction sectors. I mean, this is a fine place for construction sectors because they actually is one of the few states that has iron mines throughput bonus, but you also have this. So you maybe don't want to build that much anyways. But that helps overcome that. Yeah, I don't know. But we just want to kind of pull things back just a little bit. A contagious disease, say it so. Looks like Ottoman Empire continues to have problems. Ooh! Did they declare on Egypt and then Russia joined in? Russia thumbed their pie? They did go for annex Egypt. And Russia thumbed their pie, yeah. Full annexation, though, that would have been rough. You could still push it to Persia and still employ up. You could conquer Oman and then give your land border in Hormuz. Yeah, right here. In theory, I think we want the primary war goal to be something like liberate Cape Colony, so we don't... Or to be decked on Cape Colony. I think we're about to get cut off here. Maybe not. Maybe sharing is caring. We don't want the Raj in on that, although I suppose now might be the time, huh? Didn't even notice this happened. Actually, now might be the time to go after India. We do want Bombay. How much of this stuff is not incorporated? I guess this was maybe not incorporated, yeah. Pashtim Bongo's not incorporated. That's an insane state. I think we'll go for that. We'll help the publishing industry. We do want to go for Bombay as well, but it's not as important. Get election through, so let's see about reforming the government, eh? Ugh. This looks like the best we could do. Who supports actually passing the tax law? Maybe the question to ask ourselves. Although I think it doesn't matter who supports it. The village interests. So all the things equal. Let's do this. Get the village interests in. Yeah, it doesn't help out. Are these guys at war? Or are they just completely out? Okay, so this is to conquer all this stuff back. But we're hoping that they lose that war. But the UK is distracted. currently. To be fair, Harar has always been the easiest Ethiopian miner. Yeah. It's always been a little weird to me that Tuodros will spawn no matter who you pick. But maybe that's like the way it should be. So maybe we should fight GB now. I'm not sure what we want. I don't think they'll back down, so I think we would want our primary war goal to be on Cape Colony so that, I mean, we could fight over here to try and make things more complicated for them, but I think that putting the primary on Cape Colony, or maybe it's just a matter of, like, timing. Yeah, maybe timing's more important. We want to catch them while they're in the middle of this. These guys are definitely a defensive army. I don't know why we don't have them labeled. That's definitely the plan with that one. And we have an army from China. I think we're going to mobilize it and raise the conscripts. And we'll see what the UK, how the UK responds here. Glass. I guess we could import glass. Great Britain declares a rivalry. You don't say. Who can we sway? Belgium, maybe. Belgium was likely to join them, though. I think we liberate Cape Colony as well. We could liberate the Raj, which would trivialize this whole thing. But we're not 100% sure we can enforce that, so... Yeah, unfortunately we can't liberate Zanzibar here. Belgium's allied. You lied when you said you could sway. They lied to us. Texas wants to grant foreign investment rights? I guess we're kind of okay with that. How are they doing on this war anyway? They're losing to Hindustan currently. Perfect. How we drew it up. This guy also doesn't seem occupied, so maybe we'll go after that as well. I'm not sure we want to acquire any extra infamy. We'll check the Falkland Islands, because they often incorporate this. But if it's not incorporated, I don't think we'll go for Trying to land GB. I mean, we might be able to land GB. And if we can land GB, we could do something like release Scotland. And nab war reparations. We have a 100-stack army with good generals and a 100-stack navy, so it's not insane. It's maybe a little insane. The army's also not 50-50 on arty. I don't like that the new discrimination system incentivizes keeping Persia as a puppet of Russia rather than annexing ASAP because it's hard to assimilate that much population. How do you know how much military to build? It's kind of a tough question to answer. You build as much as you need, I guess. But we mainly want them to lose this other war too. There's a big reason why we're declaring this war, because we want India to be broken up. Sure. Not a native uprising. Not my gumdrop buttons. I think what we'll do is we'll send these guys out to deal with this as well. Oh. These guys are part of Kenya. We'll send these guys to... Actually, we'll keep these guys here. So the big fat stack will deal with that, and then they'll deal with Britain. I mean, maybe we are supposed to get Zanzibar here as well. It's just so much infamy. But Zanzibar actually... No, it won't be a lot of infamy, because they're... unincorporated, right? Oh, it's by region and alphabetized, or it's by number. No, it's still 23 infamy. We can't release Zanzibar. I mean, it looks like they're really not defending the front, the home. Get a new geologist. Hell yeah, brother. We'll send you on a volcano expedition, ignoring what happened to the last geologist we sent on a volcano expedition. I mean, I do think all their troops are tied up. I think all their troops are tied up and that we could maybe land this. And if we can land that, I think maybe we want to actually properly hurt them. Hopefully this doesn't turn out awfully. A knife in the back, no. No. Faced with a difficult decision. Tuberculosis. We'll take care of him the best we can. And hope the expedition doesn't collapse. Reactionary movement is not something we're a fan of. I don't know if we could squeeze high taxes out of people yet. Maybe we can if we got one more. Well, actually, we can once we get the tax system in, which we're on voting right now, so we should actually be in good shape for that. Oh, we could use these guys to take care of that, and then the 28 stack that we had mobilized. We could send them over here for now, instead. Are we going to really benefit from more legislative ability? Take the loyalists. But at what cost? What cost indeed? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we wanted to intervene in this, but we're already stretched really thin. Looks like USA's already used all their maneuvers, so we could side in for without worrying about them taking California. Getting the volcano observatories coming up. It's not dangerous, is it? Recap on what's going on so far. We're making a little bit of a turn and burn on the UK to try and abuse the fact that they are caught up in this. The UK and a lot of their troops are over here, and so we're going for removing them on the world stage. We're also playing with Morgenroete, which adds scientists, Academy of Arts, and a whole bunch of flavors. We're also playing with more unique companies mod. Although we're not making use of too many unique companies, or any of the companies from the mod yet. And then we are also playing with the Better Politics mod, which changes the politics stuff a whole bunch. 23.7 on non-incorporated state, is that a bug? I don't know what that is about. We have plus 15% cost, though, because we are jingoist, so that might be part of it. So, good luck, my guy. No boats, no troops. I think they're just gonna get clapped here. Russia sides with Mexico before we have a chance to. And so, we might not even need to help them. And so we can stay out of it and stay relatively neutral. Shout out to us. Our civil engineer, Dr. Eiffel, has finally completed the project, modernize the construction sector in Alsace-Lorraine. Get progress on elevators. That's a lot of progress on elevators. But Dr. Eiffel would get a lot of progress on elevators, wouldn't he? I think we're going to choose Rhone next for him to upgrade. But there we go. There's our occupation. Now, I think these guys are on rapid advance. They're not. Well, let's rectify that. Tactful is going to be nice with the plus defense. Not that we're planning on defending it all. We'll do this as well. We might have to split that army, but that'll be not the biggest deal. We might not split it just because it's easier not to. And we still have this coming in on the capital. Although it looks like they will maybe be able to defend valiantly. Alright, so we're going to, generally speaking, be of the 25%-ish principle on that. I think that these guys, once they finish, we're going to use them to reland. We're going to gain progress on improved fertilizer. Our guy will gain progress, and he will gain brave. Mr. Duchamp. I think it's less likely that they land us in the kind of southern portion, so we'll do this. Just to give ourselves a front. Great Britain, a little bit too distracted. Too distracted by dreams of empire, they succumbed to the French. Ha ha ha, oui oui. So we can do one sample or gain danger. I don't think we have much volcano danger. There's 0 danger, so we'll just say one sample's enough. We'll sign the bill into law. Hell yeah, brother. And allegedly, we make less money, but usually you just need to wait a tick for the calculation. George Sand becomes a writer. Shout out. Ooh, are we actually just losing money? Well, I think that we can also increase taxes once it's proportional. That's fine. Looks like they're doing landings in the south here. Which is exactly what we feared. So let's move this guy down to the south. Move this guy back. And then this guy we'll move over here. Although pretty soon we're going to have the 100 stack available. Yeah, because Britain is fully occupied. Sound off, Great Britain. We'll say no. There's other places we could get specimens, and last time we lost our geologist. If we didn't have... if we didn't... I guess we can't make another scientist yet, but I think we will get tech to be able to maybe do paleontologist or something like this. And if we have the tech, like if we had all of our slots filled, we could be a little bit more aggressive with our guys, but I think that we shouldn't otherwise. A lot of uprising. Where is that? That's a lot of ulada, but fair enough. I think that we probably don't need these guys. But the conscripts take forever to bring up, so we'll just send them over here. Just in case things get a little weird. And we're nearly full occupied GB here at this point. I think the 100 stack we want to actually make sure that this finishes with. But it looks like we're going to be liberating a whole bunch of stuff and getting war reps. In theory, we would get more war reps if we didn't, like, liberate everything, but, I think we'll stand these guys down for money reasons. And because the UK is about to be done anyways. And we want to slowly ramp everything down. We're gonna keep the 100 stack up in case something just goes really sideways, but they're like full occupied. I don't see how they manage this. They do get through us here, so shout out to us actually saving these guys. I don't think it's a little bit enough. Ah, the National Library of Great Britain. Why we want to fight Great Britain more and more. What's the highest GDP you've ever achieved? I don't know, like, it was in one of the early patches when it didn't calculate correctly. It was probably over 30 billion. It was, like, really early on. But good tidings. Hey, the Alhambra. How's it going? We released New Africa in the US. What's the war goal on Great Britain? The main one is Kenya, but we're basically releasing Cape Colony and the Raj and Ireland and Scotland, so that's going to be kind of the end of them. We could confiscate their books. I think I'm a fan of confiscating their books. And gaining a whole bunch of publications, because they're ahead of us in that regard. When a mommy scientist and a daddy scientist love each other very much. Yep, exactly. That's how science is born. It's called biology, kids. The occupation of the enemy capital. Library also falls. Well, it looks like this fired twice. So we'll have the other one. We'll return the books. We confiscated the books and then we returned them. So we got publications for nothing. It's called being a scribe, sweetie. Look it up. Ah, they can re-land this? No. Them playing with a brain? No. Wait, why can't they assign to that HQ? The hell? We'll sign them up here, I guess. And where's our boats? Oh, there are our boats. Let's just stop their landing like that. I guess they have 2 coming in. They're ready to defend against naval invasions. I'm not sure that's how it works, my friend. Mathematician predicts collapse. Was that Malthus? Is that you? Ah. We'll lose a volcano danger. Hell yeah. There's the end of that war. We will demobilize most of the armies. I think these guys are at the front, yeah. And we'll keep the 1 defensive stack army. Now we have East India. Curious to see how this one breaks apart. I don't think that's exactly what we wanted, though. It looks like, I'm guessing the UK wants out of that war too? Yeah, I'm not sure how that's gonna shake out. But we are at peace now. And we also got Kenya ourselves. Sound off. So we're gonna now colonize inward more. I assume they start colonizing out of Zanzibar, which is a little bit of a problem for us, but, you know. So it goes. Scotland wants to give us investment rights. I think we'll say yes to Scotland. I think we'll still no to these other cats here, though. You won with Great Britain, or they backed down? We won. We enforced this being released. So Great Britain is kind of... I don't know who's ahead of us. Somehow they have more prestige than us still. I don't know about that. But we did release East India as well. East India is probably going to collapse because I don't think that they will have the correct thing researched. Get a hardened leader here. He's very brave, very nice, very big. And UK is probably going to capitulate soon. Mutual funds is going to be nice. Oh, we're not passing a law. No, not like this. Not my gun drop buttons. So, I think we don't want jingoism. We would much prefer flexible. Because this generates us a lot more infamy. But I think we would prefer commercialized agriculture, and this is faster for us to get through. It looks like the legislature will accept anyways, so we don't have to do any swaying or nonsense. We now have... I almost thought this was Scientology. I was like, what? Excuse me? I think we're gonna go for civilizing mission for the cheaper infamy costs. Considering this is about to bust up. Although we'll be a little bit late to that party, I assume. Say it so. The auto queue can't take up enough stuff. We'll sell them a scientist. We'll sell them a scientist. Oh, we won't sell them both a scientist. We can't sell them both a scientist. Tragic. Yeah, we'll name it after the discoverer, sure. Make him nice and popular. Do we really not have tools? What about tools in Rhone? No tools in Rhone? Dear God. Let's do some of this too. Oh, excuse me. Progress stops for no one. 50% chance of gain some danger. We would gain progress on theory of evolution. Yeah, I think we could take that. Really kind of watching this with bated breath in terms of how this shakes out, because we're... our next war that we declare is probably going to be over here. We have to see how exactly this shakes out. What is this? Great Qing. Doing Great Qing things, I guess. We could also convince some of the people to make this go a little bit faster if someone's just like barely on the fence and relatively large. Like these guys, relatively large, barely on the fence. We could blackmail the leader. I don't think we mind entrenching the interests a little bit here. And this will make it pass through a little bit faster. Although we are fairly rigid, so maybe that actually slowed us down. Getting some volcano danger. I think we gotta lock it up a little bit. All of the French Republic, or 5,000 gov expenses for some time. I think we'll take the expenses. Advocacy of journalism. Get interest in politics, or standard of living for the lower strata for entertainment. I think SOL for the lower strata is definitely up our alley, considering we're doing that, so... Oh, just kidding, we need the middle strata to get helped out more than the lower strata. Are we winning? We're trying. We're trying to be winning, son. Does they ever press maintain English rule button as a release DIC? I've seen them do it before, but not in a while, so I don't even know if it's still the case that they do. What do Scientologists even believe in? Please explain. That's a lot to unpack. I'm not sure we can explain. We could either get 10% permanent... Dear editor, I am 8 years old. That's true. Some of my friends say there's no Santa Claus. Please tell me the truth. Is there a Santa Claus? Love and sincerity do not make a country strong. Military research speed permanently, and a world without Santa Claus. Should we take a vote? Oop, better capitalize Santa. Is this mod or a new patch? This is a mod. We're playing with Morgenroete, better politics, and more unique companies. Magical powers are referred to directly as acting on science. Yep, basically. Why are taxes so high? Because we're on proportional taxes and our lower rung pops can take it. Dolk Bildos, certainly not bulk dildos, says Santa is real on Twitch. We'll consider that a vote for Santa is real. The vote is on YouTube, but so far out of 10 votes, everyone insists that Santa is in fact real. Santa is real is the better bonus. A world with Santa Claus, 10% research speed is definitely better than 1% research speed. They market it in Hollywood really heavily on because people believing in something makes it popular, and it's stuck in that circle. Also, power dynamics and money high up. Wait, what are you talking? Oh, you're talking about Scientology. Yeah, Scientology is a little bit nuts. It's kind of like a cult. Or perhaps I shouldn't say kind of. Alright, while the vote is going on, because we're deciding if Santa's real or not, although overwhelmingly it seems to be the case that you guys think Santa's real. Shout out to Santa. We will mix our drinks. So we have a new jug. This jug has very, very watered down Arnold Palmer in it, and we are adding to that strawberry limeade from Sonic, which, if Santa is real, which he is, this is what he would have wanted. Delicious. So this will taste real good. Sorry about that. So let's check. Is Santa real? Wow, it's still... Oh! Someone's getting on the naughty list. Someone voted no. I was going to say it's unanimous with 15 votes, but someone just voted no. Someone's going on Santa's naughty list. Shout out. Alright. I think people want to live in a world with Santa, so we'll choose the... And this bonus is way better. On top of that, it's meta to believe in Santa. You heard it here first. Santa believing meta is real. Do we have manufacturing edict here in the capital? We do. So that means, generally speaking, we're going to want to push things in the capital a little bit more. All other things equal. We were having some glass problems. I think I maybe know why. Let's check all our PMs. We're going to swap to water tube. Here and here. Because if I recall correctly, they have the most efficient PMs. Swap rifles. Harvesting tools aren't like the most efficient labor-saving PM, but we're still going to go for them. Because if someone's going to eat some inefficiency in order to free up the workers, we're going to have it be the landowner ownership over the other ones. Do we really have no gold mines? God, no wonder we're so poor. Truth hurts. We want those to be split PMs, so we don't need to switch up for that just yet. I think we will have a mix, because this is what we were running. But we'll swap Brittany onto focused hardwood, I think. Definitely want those publicly traded. Volcano observatories are in. We want the Wagnerian opera. We have a little bit of romantic art. An excellent collection, sorry, rather. I think we have a small Egyptian collection. We have different ones of these. I think we have a reason for wanting different ones of them. Our National Library is excellent, giving us extra tech spread and education access. A whole lot of it. We stole most of our books from Great Britain at this point. Shout out to us. Russia's doing jack shit to help Mexico. That's unfortunate. Glad I didn't just click the other option. What is this? Annex Ceylon? Okay, but this isn't going to include Hindustan. Really rooting for Hindustan here. We get an Inuit guide. Nice. They... No, wait, wrong song. This is the Lunar Maria. Not the Ave Maria. So it is Arnold Palmer. You told me it wasn't. This one is. It very rarely is Arnold Palmer. Normally it's just not Arnold Palmer and an Arnold Palmer jug. But occasionally I need to change over the jug. Wow, what the frick did that? Wait, what? I'm confused what cranked up our SOL. Was that an event? Did I miss something? I've noticed it takes a long time to move to South Africa node. In a recent game, Zululand appears to be isolated even with the port, similar to Alaska issues. Have you noticed anything similar with Zululand? I haven't noticed anything with this state specifically. So, yeah. Uh-oh. The expedition's lost. Not like this. Kind of, yeah, we're just kind of sitting on our heels here waiting for this to resolve. I mean, I think the UK gives it up any second now, right? The thing is, I think they might even win this race because they will occupy them. So we have to trust in the AI actually being stupid for that to, like, shake out the way we want it to. Oh, we have this stuff we need to put in. Alright. Do we want political strength towards the laborers and machinists? Probably. Maybe not. Let's get a little bit of labor in, and this will hurt synergy a little bit. -1 education access, +1 wealth. Can't really give them... I think most wealth will be high enough. The peasants gaining some would be good, but I think we want to go for more synergy or higher level synergy. Here we're just going to go for synergy. We can't afford another one of these guys. We would have kind of liked... Well, actually, investment pool contribution efficiency is pretty nice here. %1 urban collectivization is interesting. That'd force collectivized buildings. I think we're going to choose this, though. So we're going to have a decreasing synergy in some spots. Hopefully that doesn't hurt us too much on the legitimacy side of things. Got some squabbling legislature, and a rigidity kind of where we want it. Yeah, the journalism event is what gave us all that. Oh, you're right. That's right, that's right. Well, I think we'll say no to the fossils. We don't want our guy to die. Although we've gotten timed out a couple times now. We made some progress on elevators. Which means that our engineer is freed up. Do construction project in Lorraine now. Getting a lot of progress on elevators each time here. We'll conduct a season at the opera with him. Just looking through if there's things that we can do. Fortunately, our mountaineer... our mountaineering luck has been really bad. The French are having some problems climbing the mountains. The truth hurts. We have completed the colonization of Kenya. Nice. We see the UK has begun colonizing Tanganyika. Not nice. But yeah, just kind of waiting to see how this resolves more than anything. Let's double check that we have a lot of this stuff auto-expanding in the capital. We'd be very okay with it because we have manufacturing throughput bonus there. Ah, they return alive. Okay, we didn't lose our guys. So we get some data, knowledge, specimens, and progress on gantry cranes. We can find the source of the Nile. I think we can do another expedition. Let's do the Pacific. We'll just pick a guy. Underground newspaper. 2% pops become radical for some max innovation investment for a little bit. I don't think so. that seems like a kind of a trade-off, doesn't it? Blue oceanography studies here. Oceanography. Mexico colonized New Mexico. Looks like this war resolved in somewhat of a status quo. Or an actual status quo. Terrible borders. How are we doing on incorporation here? 9 years? Okay. We do want to put in that bank specifically. Oh, it's going to be so hard to put in that bank specifically. I just realized. We want Wells Fargo, but I think Wells Fargo requires that we have a ton of financial institutions here. We'll look at the requirements for Wells Fargo, but... Any French state is New York or California. And financial districts are greater than level 20. Well, we know that places are more likely to get a financial district slightly in the state that they're in, so I guess we'll do this. And we'll have to turn California into somewhat of an economic hub some way. Let's see if we do this. No. Might have to go for subjugating people. This could be good for us. We could peel off a state or something. Lava trap. We don't like the sound of that. I think we'll find another path. Vive la France. We finish the Eiffel Tower. Create one Eiffel Tower and we lose some of the negative things that we had. Very much prestige for us. Let's see if the Eiffel Tower does anything different in this mod. Because they changed the way that you produce it, so... Nope, just 100 prestige. Alright, fair enough. From rats to ratatouille? Exactly. Let's do some of that. Oh, I thought the war was finished for a second. Looks like we can get transfer states or Diplopact. What states are you willing to transfer? Alto Paraguay? Isolated state. Sure. Mainly because they're winning that anyways, and Alto Paraguay is connected to Bolivia, which, if I recall correctly, we have subjugated, so... Speaking of, let's see if anyone we could reduce autonomy on. Not quite yet. I think Bolivia we want to do next, so... Whoa, how'd this change up? Oh, Great Britain left the war, but East India's still in. So this war needs to get finished. I hope it white pieces out, but it might not. I still think we still need the war to win, or resolve in its entirety before we see what the landscape looks like for us. Situation's getting bad with the volcano. I think we'll send over a 10 stack, which will help for resolving things quicker. Camouflage 53, thank you for the follow. Big nice. God, our GDP's been so stagnant. Not sure we want that with them. We cancel ours with Egypt as well. Oh, dude. I don't think we have time for this if we want to keep our guy alive. Yeah, I guess if we build it, they will come type of thing, maybe. I mean, we want to put... I mean, there's already good migration attraction here. What's annoying is if USA took it first and then we released it, it would be way cheap. It would incorporate in 5 years instead. Let's do this for qualifications as well. Ah, Batvia. Nice. Crystals. Alright, we could lose a little bit of danger here. I think we're gonna say we lose the danger. We don't want to lose our geologist. Our composer gets booed. Not like this. Start colonizing there. Get rid of the smallpox. Now, Hindustan still isn't getting enforced on. Bruh. How do people feel about this war? Alright, is y'all's both mostly over it? They're all at 0 war support, but they... Stupid Bikaner is ruining things for everyone. They're the only ones who don't want white peace. Tuberculosis sanitarium. I wish I knew what state it was building this in. Pondicherry, maybe? I think we're okay doing that with Pondicherry. See, once Hindustan gets like fully occupied up here in the north, then they're gonna start ticking down. I think we could rival these guys too. I'm not sure how tenable the USA, helping the USA, or playing nice with the USA will be. We'll say frightening. I mean, we are so close to progressing through. Wouldn't that inspire a requiem? We hope. Him being sick. Wait, this one he doesn't even get tuberculosis. He has to still get tuberculosis in this event, right? Do we have another good composer in the wings, I suppose, is maybe the question. So he's at 290. But we have Wagner in the wings, except he's not expecting on Czerny. So we'll say, wouldn't that be good for conducting a requiem? We'll throw him to the wolves. We do want Wagner. But I think the problem is we don't accept him. Oh no. Not sending people to an island. That's how Magellan died. Tried to interact with the natives. I'm officially radical now due to no PoE2 streams. We'll maybe stream later tonight. I'm radical because the Civ 6 reforms aren't... we are not the same. Double radicals from everything but Vic 3. It looks like Hindustan's gonna get enforced on here. Which isn't what we wanted, exactly. Well... maybe not. Very tense here with this volcano expedition. I know we're really close to getting the positive outcome here, but things can go really bad. We're gonna say no. That should be... there we go. We gain progress on theory of evolution. We gain some geological knowledge, rare minerals. Our geologist gains experience, and we gain advanced volcanology institute in California. And we dig it. He's now an experienced geologist, and with this we unlock theory of evolution, which I think is going to allow us to get a paleontologist. Or naturalist. No, we already have a naturalist. What are you doing, naturalist? Catch some local animals, please. We need an anthropologist and a paleontologist. I think next up we maybe want Paleontology. 10% of pops in your states become atheist. Holy hell. I think we'll get the progress on that, yeah? I think our scientists will be available now. Is he already doing a construction project? I think he is. So we recently did a thing. You can do geological research. Let's prospect. Oh, we can prospect ore in Alsace-Lorraine? Bro, let's do it. I think the introduction of better than Darwin, shout out. Talk about survival of the fittest there. We're finding iron in Alsace-Lorraine, I guess. Egypt looks like they've gotten to be a protectorate of the Ottomans. Hindustan's about to fall. Composer gets a little bit better. We gain some oceanographic knowledge. An abolitionist, socialist, liberal. Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen in France where we have revolutions? They're going to the island. Yep. Hi, just logged in. What mod is this? There are 3 mods we're using. We are using Morgenroete, which gives additional Academy of Science, Academy of Arts, also sports and tournaments, and unlocks a whole bunch of stuff. We are going to send someone to their death to go mountaineering. It also unlocks... Yeah, who's supposed to believe this except as our geologists, so we'll say that they're convincing. We are also playing with the more unique companies mod. Which gives a ton of unique companies, including, like, one we're trying to get is this Wells Fargo. We do need to create a lot more financial districts in California and have it incorporated, which is not the case yet. You can only have one bank. Really kind of OP on this one. But it adds an enormous amount of, you can see here, over 446 companies that we have potential, and this is without even having an interest everywhere, so just a ton more companies. Being boring like we are, we only have generic iron and vanilla company, though, on top of a company that's in Morgenroete but not in more unique companies. And then we're also playing on the Better Politics mod, which allows for more stuff. It's politics but better. What's happening to India? Well, they got the Mughal uprising, and then while the Mughal uprising was happening, we declared war on the UK because all the UK's troops were over there. So as a result, we really clobbered the UK. But the war was still continuing. The war has not resolved. The Mughals can't enforce, and it's looking like... Oh, actually, the other guy gets annexed, so it's looking like this is going to end up being a white peace, and then East India is going to break apart, I think. We'll try and get California. Sure. So we're kind of been waiting on this war. We will research, we will get elevators eventually here. don't think we want to break our own war reps on the UK just to interfere with the UK, so I think we'll leave that alone. Brittany has suffered enough. Leave Brittany alone. The one with the science seems really interesting. I really like Morgenroete, this mod. The only problem I have with it is the performance, which, like, is kind of a necessary thing, so... This guy's been on improve explosives for a while now. Well, let's try it. And now these guys do not want, since they have fully occupied Hindustan, now they're not okay with peace. They're just going to end up enforcing. We can easy climb. And so they are going to enforce here. And now they get the event on whether or not they're going to collapse. They almost always choose to collapse, so we're waiting with kind of bated breath here. And there's the collapse. And East Bengal is not incorporated here. We have a truce with them, though, so we can't go after them. But a lot of these states will not be incorporated, so if it's not incorporated, we're going to go for it, basically, is going to be the idea. No need to force this diplomatic play. In theory, they have this state, which is also unincorporated, but let's not get too cute with it. We hope that they back down, to be honest. They have very short incorporations, so... Looks like they say yes to the dress. Shout out. We could incorporate this immediately, but... I'm not sure how good that would be for us. Nagpur, if I'm not mistaken, this will not be incorporated. See, and the fact that it's not incorporated means it's way, way cheaper on the infamy. So, specifically, we're being a menace in that regard here. It's only going to cost us 5 infamy. And if they want to catch these hands, they can. Theoretically, we could save scum that, but that's kind of just unnecessary. But Hybridad for 5 infamy. East India is still allied with the UK then? No, they're not. That's a big sin, holy hell. Long sin, yeah. We hope they back down. I want you to fight all the wars, my friend. We. Yeah, we in scare quotes. Hey, shout out to 66.6 million. Ayo. Inspirational. The meeting of Obando and Henri de Balzac. I recognize this name, but I have no idea what he's written. Well, I think I recognize that name. Maybe it's made up. I mean, every name is made up, but you know what I mean. Well, there's our 25% threshold, so we're going to go for it. We do want to go for this eventually, but we do really want to peel off unincorporated states as best we can first. We have a truce with East India, so we can't go for that. I think that... Oh, they have a 2-year incorporation? Yikes. Unfortunate. Sind, I think we will have to go for more than one thing. Kind of awkward. But Sind is a fine state. I think we would just try and full annex Sind, to be honest. I know this would be fine. And maybe we wait until we get civilizing mission, because it's 4 months only. Because I don't think we have too much more that we can get on the discount. I guess there's a state here. Somewhere. You can back down, too, anytime you want. Was that Karl Marx has been exiled? He will join the peasant movement. We don't really like the peasant movement all that much. Radical movement actually won't do a whole lot for us. Now LaSalle. Labor radical, collectivized agriculture, progressive tax, public schools, workers' protections, compulsory primary school, old age pension, all unions allowed, economic liberalization, agricultural investments, public works. We'll start a labor movement I think we're on board with, to be honest. So let's actually invite Mr. LaSalle. Not very big, but it's not the size that counts, it's the way you use it. Okay. I think we'll gain some electromagnetism here. Easy climb. This might be because we've done some stuff before that we're gonna roll good events. Because I think we tried to go after this before. We're making some money, but that's because we're not constructing, like, which is a sad, sad thing. Are we EOS'd on... How are we doing on universities here? Yeah, we don't have 20 stack yet, so let's go for the 20 stack here. Which is going to be kind of expensive for us, but... I think we could take it. We also have really nice paper company. Or we have, like, paper here and the paper company here, so I think that that's probably fine. Giving us a lot of throughput and stuff. Rope team. We gained the free progress because we have logistics. Nice. Get that for the food industries. Sound off. Yankees fan wants us to suffer because you aren't playing Ethiopia. Yeah, he wants the only run that feels good to be an Ethiopia run, so that it has to be an Ethiopia run. This is the way. Are you going to continue the Spain beginner series? Yeah, we have notes on it. That series is really hard to record because we're doing everything in one single take. So we have to say everything we want without messing up for like 20 to 30 minutes. And we get permanently the first descent. Hell yeah, brother. We get Mountaineer as well. But yeah, I was thinking of recording that today, but someone's agitating for a Path of Exile stream, so I don't know what to do now. Musical tradition, big nice. What time is it? Alright. Hopefully this guy just backs down. We could just annex this guy. Wait, how is... Oh, is that not the capital for him? Alright, perfect. Then we get to take that and then snake our way into here and go after Sind. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Just how we drew it up. Just like this ugly gash across the middle of India. Will this be? New veins of ore. We gain some minerals. He gains Prospector. Super. And I think we maybe get more stuff. Miasma theory continues to grow. Let's see if we can assign him to some new stuff. We can. Let's have him calculate the age of the Earth. Alright, well that just gives us instant tech. But we might be humiliated if everyone thinks that our age is not their age. Why can we not go for that? Oh, we don't have an interest. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Conquer Wyoming. Why? Take Bombay? We're going to take Bombay, but Bombay is incorporated. So because it's incorporated, it'll cost us more infamy, so we're less on board with that. Ecuador wishes to join our customs union. Sure. We're not our customs union, but our power block. When did we get one of these? Alright, I think we go for food standardization 3 here. +1 standard of living. Hell yeah. So maybe we will not be generating... No, we're below minimum for the middle strata. Let's actually take a look at what the middle strata is consuming. Maybe we can somehow decrease taxes on them. See, the problem is that we're consumption taxing them kind of heavily. So if we're consumption taxing transport, maybe we swap that over into something else. And we are. So let's remove that consumption tax. But maybe we just get rid of it entirely. Because we wanted a little bit of authority to be able to greener grass anyway. And then I think that we won't get to 100 with this, so I think we do this, and then hopefully we start to get more population here. And then... Oh, we don't connect to Nagpur, or to this, perfectly. Yikes. We should have full annexed Nagpur, so... I mean, we could just full annex these guys, I guess. But we should just wait 14 days before declaring a war, so we get the civilizing mission effect here. Which gives us minus infamy generation. Time is of the essence a little bit here, so we will not mind going over the infamy level. It's a bit unfortunate, but it do be what it is. And since the other place is unincorporated, we'll also go for the other state, just the full annex here. And then we'll go after these guys, and then after the Sind states. I think pneumatic tools is what we eventually need in order to build the Bombay building, but we're not particularly close to that yet. Wait, what's this about? Oh, I think they have that handled, yeah. André de Balzac is unhappy with the political situation. He's currently the national writer. And he's quite a bit better than the next guys, so... And he's part of the professional interests. So our next law, maybe we want to try and make the professional interests happy. Unknown island. No, don't land there. Don't land there. That's how you all die. Guy returns with some specimens. Do we have any journal entries we could maybe click? Not other than the expeditions. I don't know if Morgenroete expands these. Oh, I forgot Treaty of Turin's one we can do if we get Savoy to like us. Or start EDPM molds. Wait, why can't we do this? They are amicable. Amicable. Ugh. We could ask for mountaineering lines. We could bankroll them too. It's kind of a little pricey. Geology study is accepted. Gain some progress on paleontology, which is enough to move us over to the next level here. I think that means we can focus on getting a paleontologist next. Yeah, it does. Wait, why do we research paleontology twice? Yeah, that's what I thought. Kind of inclined to do dynamite here. We'll accept this just so we can delete it again. We have to discover 100 astronomical objects in 10 years. I think we can do that. I don't know why we think we can do that, but I think we can. We don't have a zoo yet. I don't think we have enough little critters for a zoo. So it looks like we can't repeat it on the state we already did. We can boost coal mines in Rhone. I think that'll be fine. And then we have a paleontologist. Oh, we have one already. We just automatically get one. We are missing an anthropologist. I guess our paleontologist isn't very good, but neither is our engineer here. We can't unpromote him. Can we send this guy on a very dangerous mission? Let's systemize the fossils we have, I guess. Trying to dismiss those. There's a couple photos. Maybe we need to push along electromagnetism. I mean, it is mass spreading to us. What will help us get the most lunar photos? Probably lenses, right? Do we already have camera? Mass parties. Shout out. I mean, we assume that there's lenses here in microbiology, but wrong type of lenses, huh? Yeah, we'll just keep researching dynamite. Gotta do a solstice party now? Bye? W stream, that POE2 VOD better be there when I get back. We'll see, we'll see. You should dev your capital for a Renaissance? I wish. We should just take the place where the Renaissance is. Acquiring a ton of pops this way, though. In here for relatively low infamy. Yeah, Balzac decided he wanted to leave. Tragic. He was upset at us. So we can... Professional interests are too pissed. Oh, they're all professional interests. Yikes. Well, we can make them happier once we do the next thing. We'll just take the state. Look too. Because it's not incorporated. Should make pretty short work of them. Composer gains a lot of juice. I think we get him returning back home. This guy also gets finished. I think we will have him... Maybe not work on any construction sectors for now. He already kind of hit the spots that I think we think are important. Lorraine, Isle-de-France, and Rhône, which are where we have our kind of best mineral deposits. I suppose Main Anjou is okay as well, so maybe we add that there and then have him work there. Why don't we have him do an infrastructure project first? Political rigidity's down. We haven't checked that in a second. Ugh, we definitely don't want it that high, but it is decreasing. So, looks like they actually will reject this if we don't sway some people. Aristocratic interest does not have too much clout. Professional interests are mad with us. Let's sway them here. And now they support the law that we want to pass. Does this make them less mad? No, it doesn't. Doesn't make it so we can pass this easier, though. The Claus is coming to town. We had a Santa Claus event earlier. See if this guy's professional interests. He's not. I'll take that. Minus loan interest, perfect for us. We'll sign that guy to that front. In case this war actually happens. 2-ad uprising. Not exactly what we want to see. Hey Ultra Reed, how's it going? Did you stop playing Poke? No, we're still playing here and there. We just haven't played a really long session. And so if I know I'm only going to play for like 30 minutes, I don't want to start a stream for 30 minutes and then, you know. Hey Frostbites, how's it going? What do you want to... What else is that you want to take in India? If not, start the next war, they incorporate quick. Wait, what? No, we're still starting wars. We're starting wars on cooldown because of the incorporation. We're taking as much unincorporated stuff as we can. We might just full annex Sind because they actually have 2 states that are unincorporated that we want. Oh, I hate this thing. So since we acquired a state there... Oh no, wait, we need a interest there. We welcome the expedition home. And get electromagnetism, which is going to be fantastic because it'll give us some stuff to construct for a while. in terms of electrifying everywhere, which is really tedious, but does it not unlock power plants? Wait, what the hell are we... What's going on? Oh, it doesn't unlock power plants, okay. Observatory gets a couple of new PMs, though. Alright, fair, fair, fair. %5 education access. So I guess we're not declaring wars perfectly on cooldown, eh? But we do want to go after these 2 Sind states, but that might just make it so we want to fully annex Sind. Sind, the capital of Sind is a fine enough state anyways, and that way they won't be able to back down against us. Actually, if that's the case, we could start this and they won't be able to back down. We kind of don't want to... How much longer on our... I mean, it's not the worst for us to just raw dog take Sind, but... Generating a lot of infamy here. We could fight Hindustan first. Where's their capital? Alright, Agra is not incorporated, so maybe we go after this first. Alright, they just back down. Well, we could wait for this to appear. And then the interest, that is, which it has appeared. We could force the diplomatic play. We could add Sind Punjab to this, and then a bunch of stuff, make all the other stuff primary, and generate the least amount of infamy that way. And if they back down, I guess that's not the end of the world. Let's take a look at the pops of these 2 states. Although we're going to want the adjacent state either way, I suppose. We won't have a good way to get an adjacency here, so I think maybe we do that. Alternatively, we could just take Sind as well. And they won't back down if we put in everything, but then we'll be up at like 60-something infamy. India borders, when it explodes, are so gross, basically. Everyone asking for PoE too, but no one watches it when it gets streamed. The truth hurts. Yeah, I understand that there's a little bit of a bias here, but I fell asleep during the last post stream. Oh man, not like this. Wanted to ask you, Generalist, at this stage of the game, is it worth it to go for to get high SOL for middle class in order to purchase more luxurious stuff and also spend more in the market? I don't think it's worth trying specifically to push up their SOL for that reason, but I think we're having a problem in that they're barely above minimum expected, and so pushing up, we intentionally stopped taxing transportation, which we were taxing before, which was relatively efficient on the authority. And we stopped taxing transportation because this is something that they consume at really high rates in the middle strata, even though it's like an upper strata thing that they consume quite a bit of. And the reason we did that was because we didn't want the middle strata to be hurting as much. Although I guess maybe the thing to stop taxing would actually have been services instead of the other thing. The thing services just makes so much per thing, but like this would also help the middle strata. We could swap from services to transportation. We're also taxing wine, which hits them relatively hard, and so maybe we could rethink that. Wine does generate a ton per authority, though. But yeah, I think you want to avoid them radicalizing too much, so... We'll go for it like this. Shout out to our geologist. He rocks. So here we could either go to 58 Infamy and have them never back down, or we could try putting in war reparations, ban slavery. Make those primary and hope that he doesn't back down. Let's see what his fearful is. I think we'll go for this. Sind again is not a bad state to take, but now we can't take it. Much comments, much excite. Let's add additional work teams. Has this just been frozen and we've just not been making... No, we're making... Well, we're making progress. Okay, never mind. I guess that's the one to pick now. Please don't back down, please don't back down, please don't back down. Very high taxes. Our middle strata. They do when we're on prop tax a little bit. Been enjoying the update so far, but struggling to empower the industrialists as of this patch. It's a lot harder this patch. Am I just too shit at expanding? It's much harder this patch than it was before. Going on before, like the optimal law might have been like between census suffrage and universal suffrage. Now it's maybe between wealth and census suffrage. I think census suffrage is probably best though, because you really want to get over 90 legitimacy for the purposes of generating loyalists, which otherwise is pretty hard to generate. So Texas wants to join? Hell yeah, brother. You're in. I think someone joined quite a while ago. Can we, can't use subjugate yet. We can subjugate Perak. Not sure that's worth our... Oh, we only lose 10% cohesion? That seems fine, actually. Let's subjugate Perak. The freebies. You'll love to see it. Eventually we would want to do that to Spain. Don't back down, don't back down, don't back down, don't back down. You can do it, you can do it. Teach this imperialist who's boss, this dirty colonizer, kick him out of India. Just show him, alright, you're gonna get wrecked, idiot. You're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today. Alright. So we will be peeling this 2 states off of Sind. And I think that's all. East India has some unincorporated stuff, I think. But we have a truce with them. And I think that's kind of the last guy that has unincorporated stuff that we can take on the real cheap. If we weren't a GP, we could get it all way cheaper, which is kind of a weird oddity. I'm gonna remove that tax, because we're at a huge deficit on the thingamajigs. Not 100% sure we could afford that, but I think we can. I think we're auto-expanding that and exporting as well. I think we do need to incorporate Bombay in order to get the building we need, or the really strong building. So we'll do that, and we'll switch onto that. We'll start with incorporated spots here first. Make sure that they don't have tax waste. We gain some clues for treatment. Labor movement's pissed. Kind of what we want. We do want to get commercialized agriculture first, though. Not typhus, too. We're going to hear about Typhoid Mary. That's not good. I assume this was someone getting upset. Or was it... Our cabinet is now not very synergistic, yeah. I think we'll choose... We could either choose the business bureaucratic interests or the village interests. I think we'll choose bureaucratic. And that increases our synergy all the way. I think the lack of synergy was what was killing us here. Given the overwhelming evidence for germ theory and the equally overwhelming evidence against the miasma theory, medical paradigm shift has occurred. Is not the least thanks to Dr. Bayer that the germ theory can now become established. Hell yeah, brother. So, and now we're positive on this, but I do think we want to increase some of our institutions, maybe. Namely health. We do like some minus infamy generation, so we'll take that as well. Although I don't think we're going to be generating infamy, too much infamy anytime soon here. I think we're going to be mainly in chill mode. We did see that we could build a zoo. You said I could fix her. We said we could build a zoo. Same thing, really. Aren't they... don't... I thought there were claims that normally go into these places. Ooh, we could build a volcano observatory as well. Oh, on that island? That's cute. Can't colonize it more, but we can get a volcano observatory going there. Fantastic. And now we can afford to put back in a tax. Newspaper and books is gonna hit the like, upper strata. Honestly, not sure I like that more than getting, like, more decrees down. Let's greener grass the capital. And we already have a decree in California. So maybe we put down a power block statue, because we were planning on keeping that decree there. Weekly migration is only... it's not too big, but hoping it gets a lot bigger so that we can maybe get things done there. New neighbors, new grudges, that's true. Oh, we kind of want to get involved in that. Oh no. The traditional institutions are under threat. Every interest group loyal to the state has agreed to work together to protect the current institutions from radicals. They will support extreme measures. Enable censorship and increase infamy. Yikes. I think we enable no speech interference. Isn't that what we have right now? Yeah. The state is the people. I am the Senate, except I'm not. Ooh, looks like we actually do need to change this. Military interest we can sway. It'll cost 5. Let's negotiate a tax break. And our rigidity is not looking good at all. So I think we want to entrench interests here, actually, which will increase our rigidity and make us tick a little bit faster. Anti-American lobby. I guess we'll go for it. Americans are now our enemies. We could revoke their claim on Tejas. Was this even over? USA is trying to conquer Sierra Leone. Classic USA. Jesus Christ is the one true living God. Man, we had the Muslim guy a couple days ago. Now perhaps we will get a new evangelical. I think the chemist thing might be broken. It says null state in the GE. You might be right. Let's stop this. Because it feels like he's been taking forever to do this, like we've had it active the entire time. You're probably right. It's probably broken. Let's see if we can do something else with the chemist. We'll do geological research. The naturalist will capture more animals, and the chemist... Where are you, chemist? Where are you, Mr. Chemist? Not my chem drop buttons. Let's discover elements or whatever. Empty pockets. 2% in the capital against loyalists. Hell yeah. We're on board with that. Maybe we shouldn't have rivaled GB. They can't give us a thing. Stupid border crossing. Paleontologist has gained some experience. I wonder when he's going to be... Our archaeologist should be done with the thing soon. Okay. I think that we don't even have a slot that we would want to utilize here. So I think we'll just say our geologist gains a bit better reputation. We haven't unlocked like some of the sports and tournament stuff. Maybe we go for this. We need to research organized sports. Maybe we do this next. Just kind of go for it a little bit. We're kind of hemorrhaging money here too, though. But our economy has grown. I think that... Oh, we have a Rev brewing. Damn. I think we want to delete some of these that are in, like, these ones. In the places that do not have iron, I think we don't want these. Oh, I guess they do have iron. Sound off. Not a lot, though. Bombay has goldfields, and I don't think we had goldfields before. So, our PMs on them should be but. Yeah, there we go. So we will improve those. Do some of that. I think that we'll maintain this and do this and keep this. We don't want to fire off pops here that are hurting. The enemy of my enemy is also my enemy in this case. Alright. Great Britain's causes are ours. Kind of. Maybe that was actually the wrong choice. I think I maybe didn't read those right. Oh, this event scales now. At least in this mod, which is fantastic. But also hurts us right now. But it is good. Tempted to put a manufacturing decree down in Rhone. We get greener grass Rhone instead. I kind of want to bolster the labor movement. Let's do that. And then Rhone, we will want a statue as well to refund us some of the what we're spending. I guess we want to make more subjects too. Really not that easy. Visit the new zoo. So now we have to collect them all like it's Pokemon. Wow, Great Britain is smoking us here. Maybe we really should have taken Zanzibar. Damn. don't know why it's so much infamy for this. For Zanzibar, man. Oh, is it because we still have jingoism? Which is part of why a lot of the stuff this was a lot more expensive too. It doesn't matter now because we're not gonna start a war for I think a while. Hey Gold Turtle, how's it going? I think once we pass this, what we do is we pass something that the labor movement's interested in. Just adding a little bit of rice to try and pull up SOL a little bit. That's rice specifically because it's disgustingly construction efficient. This isn't employed up all the way. So we'll abstain from adding rice there. Here we have just a disgusting amount of potentials, so we'll put this on auto expand as well. And Punjab produces wheat, so we're going to end up wanting to produce like cotton and dyes and silk out of Punjab eventually long term. I think we'll also incorporate Punjab because we have a partial state there and we could eventually return state on it. I think Malwa is also partialed. Population grew quite a bit. We have 10 members now, so we should have another thing there. And if they're incorporated, we're going to be a little bit more aggressive about fighting this. Permanent publishing industry, nice. We do have an industry for this. Let's try and make sure that we're exporting as much as we can. And then we also have industries for iron and now coal and clothing. So let's see if we can export some of these as well. And paper is kind of a weird one. We're paying a lot for paper. Still maybe want to export it, but we definitely want to delete down some of our construction. We just need... Well, now this is a different type of movement. Not too close. SOL dropped as we acquired all these Indian states. In particular, let's actually take a look here at where we have unemployment. We have 1 million unemployed in Suzhou, so we maybe want to deal with that a little bit. Let's add... I meant to put a publishing industry in California, but let's also add Suzhou, this, and then kind of one of the better ones for fighting unemployment is the food industries and the textile mills, because their inputs are generally extremely cheap, so having to pay the MAPI to bring the stuff there is not too bad. And then they specifically take over 5k pops to employ up. More so with the food industries. So we'll do that to hopefully get these guys employed. But we see that... Are we having qualification problems here? Perhaps. So we'll put a university down here as well. Actually put a pair of universities down here. And look to help out there a little bit. I think we'll take the research speed for 1k, please, Alex. Most cursed Egypt? I slept in a bit and missed your adventures in India. It was a little bit slow. Why have you not gone for Belgium? Well, the reason we're not going for it now is infamy, but we should be going for it. We want to go for it. Steamships will be nice. Let's make the swap. We used to live in dark times where you would have to research both texts before being able to do anything, and now it's not the case. Ugh, we were already on that? Yuck. And then where is... There we go. Those industries in particular will be good. Let's actually make sure we max out the wood and, more importantly, the fish in Suzhou. Yeah, we've already done that. We're just trying to give jobs here. I suppose the furniture is maybe also an okay one, because generally the inputs for furniture are a little bit on the cheaper side. And some of these will be using tools, so we'll have local tool consumption. So we'll go with that. Really just trying to specifically address the unemployment here more than anything. Although we might be incorporating Suzhou. Oh, we incorporated Suzhou. Oh. That changes everything. Whoops, I forgot we incorporated that. The McDermott event? How do you like them apples? Oh, McDermott, not McDermott. Wrong one. We do like them apples. We'll gain some progress towards physics. We will... Our mountaineer survived his first trek up, so maybe he can be a little bit more aggressive next time. We're not currently promoting a specific artist. Well, I think we want to promote a writer. Considering we don't have a writer right now. And we will soon get a choice to replace our paleontologist. We wish we had an anthropologist, but... Let's research some more elements. Is that bugged out? We have to check. Telegraphs work without electricity? Wait, what? What? Electromagnetism? Say it so. Oh wait, did we fuck up? Did we accidentally kick someone out? No, it doesn't look like it. Alright. I think we wanted to reduce autonomy on Bolivia specifically, so I think we'll do that. Let's merge these guys with these guys. And also, Suzhou can make us a bunch more ships. Kind of don't care actually if this pops off, because then we will get rid of a lot of our radicalism. Paleontologist is good. This guy is good, but not as good. We'll say he stays in university. I guess this gives us seismology, which is nice. And so this is going to give us more stuff at the volcano observatory. Are these in here? They are. Looks like we can't turn them on. We turn them on in this one specifically, where we have a nicer volcano observatory. I guess not. Maybe that's something that can only be turned on by the geologists being active. I guess we'll prospect coal in Alsace-Lorraine. Is our coal getting a bonus, or is our iron getting a bonus from what we did before with the prospecting? Was this goods input minus 10%? Oh, holy shit. That's really strong. I didn't realize that that's what prospecting was going to do. That is quite powerful. Minus inputs. I guess we'll keep prospecting. We got a risky to get the bisky. Hopefully the guy doesn't blow himself up. Is there a way for us to check how we're doing relative to the rest of the world on these? Doing 15 of these a year. We have a museum. Hopefully this guy's done cataloging Egyptian artifacts soon. So we do want to send him to... Oh, we want pre-Columbian. So we might need to get a special relationship with New Granada. Success. completed, we get a bunch of loyalists. We just gain a bunch of loyalists if we complete it, and we lose crackdown on loyalists. We lose turn to blind eye. That seems fine. We're not super radical, so I don't think we're gonna fail this. Could help the Comanche, except we can't access the Comanche. We'll decline giving them foreign investment rights. Extra resource discovery chance. Gothard Railway is unlocked. What does it give? Just prestige? Interesting. Some local flavor there. A little on the expensive side. Okay. Permanently getting minus authority. I'm guessing it goes away at some point, hopefully. Crisis of the state is completed. We gain a bunch of loyalists, right? I guess we're not in that. This guy gets an animal. First wee woo of the day. We can send him on a volcano expedition to the West Indies. Or New Guinea. Let's send him to New Guinea. A little exotic. Let's document some native animals. Sign this bill into law. Oh hell yeah, we really want pre-Columbian artifacts to the museum. Labor movement be big pissed. Let's see what we can give them. Give him schooling. Wait, this still has to do the thing. So that changes our economic. That's kind of neat that that changes this a little bit. Okay, okay. We could restrict child labor, which is a step in the right direction that those guys wanted. I think they also wanted progressive tax, but I don't know if we can go that yet. Cosmopolitan's going to be a little bit difficult to pass. I mean, let's take a look at the movement again. They are upset. They have a good amount of people, too. So they want labor's rights, child rights. They actually dislike... Oh, I guess no social security they feel the same way about. Labor unions. Let's look at labor unions and work time. See if we could do something. So why can't we try and pass this? Oh, it's because we have really high rigidity, isn't it? Yeah. I think we want this. It's going to take us a while to get through it. We wanted to get off jingoism, but we can't with our current level of rigidity. I guess we can't really pass something that these guys like, so we just go for economic liberalization. I wonder why this is like so much more. Is it really just 10x the pop there? Yeah, it might just be like 10x the pop. It is just 10x the pop. Although we don't mind these guys just constantly leaving as long as they're not going to... They're going to Pondicherry and West East Indies. So Pondicherry's probably got a pretty high pop amount, actually, if they're the only place with a Han cultural community. That's not how you spell Pondicherry. Oh. Really, they're migrating to here? Not like this. I guess we don't have any unemployment there. We don't need this. Time to see if we lose another geologist to the fires of progress. I think after this we will want an additional company, so maybe we go for that after. Because then we will have access to this. Unfortunately, we don't have an urban center here yet. Or sorry, not an urban center, financial districts. I think we're expecting that rev to just pop anyways, so... Success? That seems like a pretty good odds of success. That's what we're here for. Hot. Chemical bleaching. And when this pops, we will try and make sure we pause so that we can delete some construction. Typhus is over. We didn't even have to hear about Typhoid Mary. Typhoid Mary is an interesting case, though. GDP's coming up pretty nice. That does open up new options for us, I think. This is gonna... The separatists are gonna separate now, though. So... Being so handsome and good at the game, we paused immediately. A true sign of skill. But really what we want to do is we want to delete some of these construction sectors. Specifically the ones here. Let's delete down to like a couple. Actually, let's just delete down to one. I think this is a much more sustainable pace. That'll feel better. Let's also upgrade our military. The new units that we have here that are just kind of sitting about. And what is this? The 12th French army? Let's merge them all. Get the 12th French. Wait. Wait, can I do this? And merge them all? No, I can't. I forgot that they put that in the game, or I keep forgetting that they put that in the game, but we can't use it to merge them all. We'll make this the India army. We'll give them not too much in the way of mobilization options. Definitely going to give them chocolate and opium, though, because opium gets produced over here, and then first aid. To be fair, we didn't activate first aid on the other guys, and then we'll go and name it the India Army. Man, you guys aren't very talkative today. That's okay, though. Still mega deficit. Saying no to repaying the debt anytime. Just asking is never a possibility anymore. Always struggling with it to repay debts. Well, you don't want to... In theory, you probably actually just want to... You want to have some amount of credit available in case you, like, need to do some crazy mobilization and things just, like, hit the fan. But that's, like, other than that, you kind of want to run as much debt as possible. So we kind of want to hover around maybe 50% to 66%. So we're at the top end of where we want to hover. But this allows you to inject more money into the economy and stimulate the economy. So we don't actually want to pay back all the debt here. We just want to make sure we're relatively stable. And I think that our spending was such that we weren't that stable. But right now we're losing 45k, and so I think this is stable. But also, like, we're putting in more expenses in terms of this. So this is something to balance out. Nice artifacts. You gotta pick more something. We'll pick knowledge. What does the element taste like, though? We gain a bestseller. I don't think we have that many of those. How many do we have? This guy can try and do a masterpiece. We won't do a masterpiece. We'll have him compose a work of music instead, because he's not up there yet. We have 2 bestsellers, so this woman just wrote our 2nd bestseller. Let's acquire a masterwork. Let's play this a little cautiously. We discover the badger. Which means our boy is freed up. We have a lot of native animals to discover. Hey, the other coffee, how's it going? I have some ADHD issues, same dog. Just increase the debt cap at 6 months like the USA does. Yeah, so this is kind of the idea, is if the economy is growing, the line of credit is also growing. And if you grow the line of credit by 20% every year and the debt by 20% every year, you'll never go into default. So, most cursed Egypt you've ever seen? Really? Most cursed? How good is investment pool transfer part of the economic liberalization law? I think you asked this exact question before, Namchi. Like, word for word. Also even phrasing it the same way, but... So, economic liberalization, I assume you're talking about economic system? We're playing on better politics, so things are a little bit different, but laissez-faire is extremely good and just considerably better. We can't get on laissez-faire yet, so that kind of sucks for us, but yeah. All good, just another Imperator day for you. Nice, nice. We haven't taken a look at that mod yet. Planning on it, though. See, here we're probably actually... So, this is around... we're losing a little bit less money than we would like, but we also have these naval bases coming in, so... No, the British politics mod temporary law? Oh, okay. I'm seeing ghosts in the machine. I think this one's just way better. 50% capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency is insane. Like, public works is, like... I guess state construction efficiency is also really good. Increased construction employment, but that's most of the cost is not in the employment. But like this is like the aristocratic version. 50% state construction efficiency. I guess they're all kind of pretty strong. 1% of peasant pops lose their lives. I don't know how we feel about just killing off 1% of a segment of the population, though. And that'll get rid of a lot of our radicals are here, so this will get rid of them. Looks like the legislature currently will reject it. Orleanists, we swayed them to support, but then they changed their mind. Classic Orleanists. Let's get the business interests on board, maybe. We could maybe afford taking the specimens. Do not agree with the debt limit in its current stage is calculated from cash reserves and GDP. I think the investment pool should be heavily part of the equation. It runs out. It should be smaller and no expansion of the pool debt limit. Well, I'm okay with it scaling with cash reserves, because people leverage based on how much assets they have, determines how much they're going to leverage stuff. Do we not have most? We have most stuff privatizing, right? Unless it's a new type of building. Yeah. Yeah, we almost want the other guys to have, yeah, let's do this one. We like getting SOL. How are we doing? We're quite a bit above minimum expected. Even on very high taxes. So maybe we could actually reintroduce taxing transportation. I guess actually it's not even that good a rate anymore. Let's put in that tax. Our painting we purchased arrived. Spain wants a defensive pact. I don't think we want a defensive pact with Spain, considering we're guaranteeing their independence. Very much so trying to long-term get them into the power block. We have to accept, like, their religion and pops. I think we have the same state religion, so I think we're fine with freedom of conscience. And we accept them pretty high with cultural exclusion. Well, let's get investment rights with them so we can start buying some of their economy. Chemical progress, hell yeah, brother. I don't know why they're belligerent, because we didn't help them. Terrible. Time for us to discover more. Said discover more. We need an excavation license with our subject in order to do the pre-Columbian. Why can't we get one with them? Ah! I mean, we could do Mexico now. Our guy's like an Egyptologist, though. He has a specialty with Egypt. Also with tology. The thing is, we want specifically pre-Columbian artifacts because we have a journal entry for that, but I don't see how we can get pre-Columbian. Artifacts if we can't find a way to send. Is it that we don't have good enough relations with our subjects? I mean, we have bad relations with Peru. I don't see request. Whatever thing in Peru. We can invite someone to our block. Who be it? South Africa doesn't know how they feel about it. Send a vaccination team. I think we can exempt them from service here. Maybe the subject rank isn't high enough. I mean, this will get better. He'll get better results in Egypt. I guess we're just gonna try and send him back to Egypt. We're gonna try and get their license back. So let's also bankroll them for a little bit. Sorry for the yapping. It just doesn't feel realistic. I mean, I don't think it's like the worst abstraction, but I don't think it's the best either. Interest rates should, like, not... I think it's weird that the government pays the interest rather than, like, firms... Like, private stuff should be acquiring, like, interest. You know what I mean? Talk a bit where it transfers chunk of your treasury to the investment pool. Is it good? Does it matter? Yeah, it's pretty strong. I mean, so, like, if we take a look, our investment pool, we're getting reinvestment of 87. And so I think the base is probably for us is like 60k, so improving that by plus 50% is like adding 30k, but it's 30k free money modifier. It's not taking more money from the capitalist. So this juices up prices in our economy and speeds up our overall economy, and so the positive effects of it will be like considerably more than it looks like. What's your favorite mod? That's kind of hard to answer. I guess we do like Morgenroete kind of a lot, but the problem is performance. Like, eventually the game just gets too slow to really feel very playable. Let's take a look where we maybe have... Just trying to fix the unemployment there, specifically. Let's also add rice. Put it on auto expand. Let's add a couple. So people starve to death. Let's see, his favorite mod is either Morgenroete or Realms of X there. Yeah, right now it might be Realms of X there. It used to be Divergences. Ooh, shout out to Armenia doing work. But yeah, a lot of temporary laws are really good. Yeah. Isn't Maya pre-Columbian? I think that the pre-Columbian here. Let's take a look at what we're thinking about. I think that there was another one for Mayan, specifically the Incas. Oh, I guess it is pre-Columbian. Yeah, in Yucatan. Yeah, okay. I think you might be right. That's why we had gotten the agreement with Mexico to begin with, but... Unified executive? Can we even try and pass? That is the question. Legislative ability based on votes. Decision to veto. I don't think we want, I think we like what we have more. Because the ideological incompatibility. I mean, this forces us to keep the head of state and government. It also generates more authority. Maybe this is better. It's one we can pass easy. Who likes it? Everybody. Who hates it? Anarchists, trade unionists, socialists. We'll see what we could do, I guess. Uh-oh. There's a rumbling. There's a rumbling going on. And most of the radicals be over there. Gold fields depleted. We can't let them leave. Not allowed. Are we getting a financial district here yet? No, we haven't gotten a single financial district here. These will be really nice, though. Airfields? Oh, snap. Let's enrich the team. On average, this will give us 2 volcano danger. Yeah, we'll take the risk. No! We low rolled there. I guess maybe we should have thought about that. Time for our guy to die. Marcel, not Marcel. No! I worked for a guy named Marcel once. Well, we will tame the hippopotamus. We will drive it to extinction. Well, I guess we will get another geologist this way. Pain. Great pain. Maybe it wasn't worth the risk. I don't know. Just low rolled the 33% chance there. Probably, yeah, we probably should have just not taken the risk. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Hindsight. Mathematically, it seemed like we got a total of -4 or a total of -2 on average. But maybe the risk of like killing the guy makes it not worth. We don't need to bankroll Egypt anymore, I don't think. So we'll stop. We'll steep it. We've been damaging relations with these guys for so long. We'll end the trade agreement. We're creating a trade agreement and ending it to give negative relations, but maybe that's not worth the time and attention. I think this makes it so we can send multiple teams. No, I guess not. We need higher literacy rate. I guess if literacy is what's holding us back, actually, we will do this. I forget literacy is super important in this mod. I'm just not thinking about it correctly. We'll try and do compulsory primary education next. It's not quite possible yet, actually. If I'm not mistaken. So let's maybe do this. Into investment banks, into this. And then found the Olympics. Damn, that feels bad. We lost 2 scientists. Let's set traps. We're on safari. Expedition. Not the mosquitoes. To be fair, we're only concerned about one thing in this expedition. The pure and terrifying animal. The beast. The hippopotamus. And by hippopotamus, we don't mean a very cool hippopotamus. We mean the terror of the deeps. We can't subjugate yet on those boys. To be fair, since we have interventionism, we can actually just construction dump into Spain really hard if we wanted to. They can't buy up the buildings we would construct. The problem is you have to select entire industries. I don't know what we would want to build there that we wouldn't want to like privatize. I guess maybe cotton. So we could do something like this. And then take off privatization on cotton. But it's we would have to do it for our entire economy too. God, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's mixed building. It might be mixed building. Oh, this is only applying to the ones we currently have? Let's get a guide. Gain some pre-Columbian artifacts. I wonder how many we need. Let's take a look. I think we have it in the journal entry. $25 we need. We have 8. So this one has to yield us quite a lot, actually. Did you force USA to release them? Yeah, we did. IMO, you shouldn't be able to be running Keynesian economics before 20th century. It just feels wrong to have debt spending before outgrowing debt was even conceptualized. I don't know about that. Like, it's not like you couldn't do it before and you were suddenly able to do it. It's that everyone was terrified of it. right? We do love nature protection. You need to bankroll Spain? We could. That'll be a really expensive bankroll. Actually, I suppose it's not that bad. I think we'll go after some of that first. This will apply a temporary effect. And so we don't want to do child labor. We're going to get compulsory primary school soon, so we don't want to do that just yet. I guess we could do one into the next. What did we agree to do? Unified executive? We might have agreed. In which case we should do unified executive, right? I think we might have agreed to it. Yeah, we did agree to it. So, let's do that. Alright, bros. It's our time. Our time to shine. Mexico, you super love us. Guess it's a little late to guarantee their independence, huh? Huh? After the war started? Forget about it. Oop. Actually, I think we just want a trade agreement. Well, we can probably get a trade agreement either way. Liberate country. Oh, it's probably not going to be worth it for us to take Texas. They won't even give us Tejas. Ban slavery in the U.S. Who cares? American war reps, though. That'll be nice. And now they, of course, will get worried. We'll send this army on over. And let's make this... This is, the point of this one is, like, clearly for landing, so let's make sure that we kind of make it clear that they're good at landing. And we maybe use that guy to land. Minus 151k is kind of bad. You have to do this number plus this number. It's around minus 100k. Not the hippo theory again. Hippos are terrifying. We need to remove them from the planet. Can't believe your scientists think that the Earth began 50 million years ago. Clearly goes against the teachings of the Quran. Yeah, apparently if you were here 2 streams ago, everyone knows that Jesus was born in Scandinavia. But yeah, whenever we're evaluating, we gotta do this plus this. But I don't think we full mobilize for this. But also, I think we should be able to get a trade agreement with them now. Yeah, that's why we didn't side in for a trade agreement, because we knew that once their attitude was reset, we'd probably get one anyways. Mass graves, shout out to death. Not the bugs. Oh wait, the bugs. What does Mexico even want here? Return New Mexico? Just like basically nothing. Okay. Okay. Surprised that Russia's still antagonistic towards us. We'll get a couple of interests here. Booming industries. Now, we already have a ton of throughput on our companies. Maybe we actually don't even want that. Maybe we want explosives or munitions. No. The people will eat. New crop of parental conservatives have grown. Interesting. And then also reactionaries. Guessing parental conservatives want to support some social programs, but not a lot. I don't see them in here. Our rigidity is taking its sweet-ass time to decrease. It's decreasing real slow. I don't know why. It's probably our doing somehow, but... Let's also send in the Chinese army, which will grow stronger and stronger. We're swapping guys who have like a defensive bonus to defense and this type of thing. Another hippopotamus? We'll set some traps. We don't want to encounter them ourselves. Archaeology begins. Hopefully this turns out alright. Wonder how you got plus 60 to 7 million people as France. Clearly it's just regular population growth and nothing to do with India. Oh, this is the one where it asks you a riddle. There's a riddle here. I forget what it is. No. No. Alright. Expedition leader. We looked up the riddle last time. Accompanied decides water, accompanied by Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, air, accompanied by 3 stones symbolizing the corner of the world, earth, from which the corn plant emerges, and fire, accompanied by the jaguar warrior figure. The expedition leaders sure that the wrong signal could mean his undoing. I'm pretty sure it's either air or water. I can't remember why. Does anyone know the riddle? Or is it earth from the corn plant, not like this? Now I'm confused. Corn plant sounds right. Air and water sound right. Air and water are not also corn plant. I'm just pretty sure it's not fire then. They have the paternalistic welfare ideology. Yeah. Paternal conservatives are in Christian Democrats in Catholic countries. That makes sense. India collapsed, and we took a whole bunch of India that was not incorporated, and then we've been chilling for a while now. I think it's earth. I think it's corn. Corn is the basis of life. Morgenroete truly testing our knowledge of Mayan theology, basically. I mean, we could just look up Mayan origin of life. Let's do that. Oh, it's not giving us anything. Let's put corn in there and lead it along. The Maya originated from a plant called teosinte, which is a type of grass. Around 2500, they started cultivating corn. Sacred and revered by the gods. I mean, we also want to keep things going. Cheater, don't cheat. Hungry Hippo wants corn. Original Life of Corn. Yeah, okay. By the time I was looking things up, I was thinking it was corn. Let's do Earth. Didn't really get a definitive answer by looking stuff up. The idol. He reaches the end of the journaling. Fantastic. Minds were dumb then? What are you talking about, man? Clueless archaeologist. Idiot archaeologist. Fantastic. We get one more bestseller. That's our third bestseller, I think. Crops do not grow themselves, sadly, unless they're people. And by people, I mean corn. Yeah, buddy. I think we can land into low morale 11 stack. I just have a sneaking suspicion. We're going to mobilize this defensive stack as well, who should help to slow things down, because minus 54 is a pretty big deal. And if we get a push off in here, then we should be in really good shape. It looks like we're doing good. Public panic. Whole lot of panic, very little disco. The truth hurts when it's like that. Ban slavery in Benin. I think we're fine with that. Fine with the banning, not the slavery. To be clear. We finish. Oh, it's our worst nightmare. More than more than 4 guys. It's gonna take longer. You're not eating the mummy, are you? We're eating the mummy. Cool, local guide. Big nice. The cholera epidemic has been solved. Do we have to make sure? Nope, we don't need to make sure specifically that we have port access there. We'll send the North African Defensive Army over here too. We might need to actually mobilize big armies because Russia's just deciding it doesn't give a shit. Well, what was that for us? He's a famous archaeologist. Hell yeah, brother. A rival expedition. A few miles into the wilderness, our expedition's leader encounters a squad of emaciated men. It is the miserable remains of a foreign expedition. I think I like the idea of helping them in exchange for knowledge. Maybe we're just supposed to help them. Decreasing infamy is always nice. If we succeed in landing here, we're gonna... The 100 stack that's moving in, we're just gonna transfer it up here instead. A famous physician. Oh, we get another option here. Alright. Not sure we like our odds of success too much here. We're gonna re-land with these guys on the capital as well. Now that the big army's here. Show them what's up. I think we're landing into the 17 stack. Let's take a look at our 100 stack and what's going on here with these guys. I think we want one more pusher. We'll use this guy. Art of doing nothing. Hell yeah, brother. Hello, General Gamers. Hello, Tarkus. How's it going? The guy who was giving you a hard time last week came back a few days ago. Did ban him again. We'll say hell yeah to the positivist church. We be positive that it be a church. Looks like we also have an advantage over here. Kind of hurting us economically to be in this war, I think. But we did want to defend Mexico, or as we like to say, Mexico. If we could get... Oh, they're inside the Russian bloc. Why don't we just try and snake him from the Russian thing? Generally, I think this is probably not worth it. But also, it makes it so we can't side in for stuff on the USA, but maybe this is fine too. Could get an obligation from Sweden. I don't think that helps us much, but maybe it does something. Other than just keep us in a war for forever, which kind of also does that. We have a Monda? Yeah, we do. We do. How are you always losing money? Because money's not real. Can't hurt you. And losing money's good, yeah. You just can't lose too much. What a mysterious Easter Island. What shall we do with the USA's books? Probably confiscate them. Let's take a look. Can we look at who has all the publications in the world? Our literary tradition is this. We have a lot of publications. Oh, we could get de Balzac back in. Hell yeah. I mean, we got 10,000 from the other one. I just want to know comparatively, how are we doing? If we're just super far ahead of everyone in terms of in terms of the publications situation, then I think we kind of don't care. I just don't remember how to look up how we compare against other people. I remember the UK was really far ahead of us before we like slapped them around a couple times. De Balzac, yep. It can be lost in a way because technically higher pop consumption destroys value. No, it doesn't. De Balzac is frankly true. Higher pop consumption doesn't destroy money. It stimulates the consumer goods economy. I know there's a way to look it up. I have no idea where to look, though. I mean, maybe we could look specifically in Great Britain's, like, library. They have an excellent national library, which is the same level we have. We'll just not do it. We get the decreased infamy instead. The event rolls twice. Well, this one we will definitely do this because that brings us under 25. Rapa Nui, Easter Island. Shout out. We love some education access. How's the math shake out on this? So plus 2/3 minus... The math is the same, right? That's 1/3 times 2, so that's 0.66, plus 2/3 times -2. Roughly. But a little bit less. So it's 0.66 plus... minus 1.33-ish. So it's better to do the roll of the dice mathematically. It'll be under 1. Hopefully we got the good roll, the good ending. No, we didn't. We got the bad ending. That sucks. I think we're gonna fail the journal entry because maybe that's how we should have thought about it. Well, I mean, we're rolling the dice again though, so like we would have been rolling the dice even if we had 66% chance, so that's probably fine. Is that a bank of sorts? We do have banks as unique companies. We were hoping to put one up in California. California's gotten some problems in terms of buying up its buildings, though. Once it's incorporated, it should run a little bit better. Stupid 21-year incorporation, though. In the menu where art is displayed, in the top right, the 3 lines above each other, I believe you can see the publications of other nations. The art. The menu where the art is displayed, in the top right, there are 3 lines above each other. Oh, here. Got it. This is literary tradition and not publications, but gives us some idea. Oh, we don't have a literary publisher? Ugh. Okay. Oh, I guess we can't choose that. Fine. Let's take a look here. I think we do want at least level 1 in a lot of places. Because they help reinvestment. Alright, so let's excavate the Moai. And I think we have a 33% roll to roll successful on this thing. Please give us the good ending here. Time to count the yield. 4 doesn't seem like a lot. Let's establish a long-term excavation, though. How many artifacts do we end up pulling in? I think we're going to be under the amount we needed. We have 2 years to find another 10 artifacts. I don't know if that happens. But unfortunate. We'll never navigate the UI correctly. Truth hurts. He said it was a triple bar. There's a triple bar here. It shows literary tradition, not publications. Right? I have faith in my streamer chat. He can do it. Oh no. I don't see another triple line anywhere. I don't see a triple line up here. I mean, there's a triple line for musical tradition. Bavaria's doing pretty hot on musical tradition. We're winning in the painting tradition. We could acquire another masterwork. Let's actually do that. Who is this guy? Dur4? Let's use Dur4 again. Oh, just automatically pick the guy for us? Alright, okay. Uh-oh. Studying women. Yeah, we're gonna let them study. Defer's the guy who successfully climbed the last mountain, so we'll pick him. Do you accept this deal? They get Utah? I guess this is fine with us. I think we enforce the other one, but just in case, you know, they decide to get a little weird. Besides, it's Utah, so, you know. I think we just capitulate to get out of this. Sweden's winning anyways, and we still have the obligation. Let's improve relations. Let's try Kenya. We had a climbing team fail that one already. Well, in case they have some sort of rev, we want that. Guess we'll do this, so we can colonize up into the north. Maybe we're supposed to go for Zanzibar. I think it'd be better for us to go for this in Lindi and Tanganyika. Oh, now it's British East Africa, though. It's not Great Britain. So we can maybe support their independence, something like this. Oh, this has no progress. God, I hate this change so much. I know I complain about it every time, but I also really hate it. Let's take a look at what we got going on in our archaeological museum. We can do a good department. Because we have, I think, a small pre-Columbian and small Egyptian collections. And now, the next law we will do after a unified executive, I think, will be, let's send our naturalist. We want to be able to send them money, but... let's buy an axolotl. Those things are cute as hell. Women try and run away from me when I try and study them. I thought women's studies was a legitimate academic pursuit. Yep. The women's studies was like a pretty big, the philosophy department I went to, like their two main things was like women's studies and like race studies, I think, overall. Actually, maybe that's not the right way of capturing it. There were a lot of philosophy professors that was their specific area of study. But I guess there was also a wide variety. I just was also less interested with some of the more like analytic philosophy. Nice. Volcanic spectacle. And we get fertilizers off of it. Do we not have a collection of this other stuff? Aww. Sad. We definitely want to split on the universities in terms of what they're doing, because having some of each gives you a bonus. Okay. Everyone, let's use fertilizers. Oh my god, I feel silly. Also stand these guys down. I thought we weren't in another fight. We are. Looks like we could add some construction here too. Do something like that. Yeah, we're like, this number plus this number, we're only losing 9k. We definitely want to be losing more money than that. Although, this is probably a little bit too much construction. We have to decide whether we want to leave De Balzac up to the fates. His fate up to the fates. He's not so much far ahead of our other guys, and he's getting old. Let's give him the tuberculosis. He could take it. Analytic philosophy is the worst thing Anglos ever unleashed upon the world. I don't know about that one. I think maybe colonialism of the British Empire is pretty bad too. Have you ever played Suez? I think you'd really like that game. We might. Are you afraid to have your archaeological museum analysis? It is there. I have a fairly noob question. Okay, I have a fairly noob answer. Why would someone want to use certain PMs like water tubing, for example, if it hires less laborers? Won't that make it so less people have jobs? Well, so if you have more job openings, then you have people to work. Right? Then that means you can't deploy up the building all the way. So when you run out of workers, labor-saving PMs are really good. They also help to raise the average SOL, because if the labor-saving PMs, almost universally, will get rid of laborers, right? So we hire less laborers. So that means a higher proportion of the workers here are going to be engineers and machinists and this type of stuff. So if we're out of peasants and unemployed pops, and we have job openings, which we do, like we have job openings here, then turning on the labor-saving PMs can be pretty good. In fact, we probably want to be on it in the capital. And so that fires a bunch of laborers. So now if we unpause, there should be some unemployed. And these guys who are unemployed can go work in these industries which have available work available, which are profitable, but can't hire up because there's no workers. So now these places will be able to employ up. So we'll actually do a couple of those in the capital. Which we are trying to build tall in. Axolotl, very cute, very nice, very demure. We don't want to cause a shortage for the sake of that, though. We have massive negative bureaucracy, which implies to me our cabinet is messed up. Yeah, it is. Well, we know this guy will get along with everyone else. I think this was the guy we appointed last time, though. Yeah. Minus mill goods cost is a free money modifier, so we'll kind of go with that. Colonial affairs, let's see what we can do. Let's do the extractive guy. He also has relatively high cohesion with the rest of the cabinet. Education, let's see what we can do. Education access for peasants. Even though he has not a lot of synergy, we're going to sink some synergy here. Because we'd rather have the peasants have this type of stuff. And then suffrage. I think we'll go with this guy, because the synergy is high. And then foreign, we don't want infamy generation. Kind of inclined to get this guy for the capitalist investment pool contribution efficient. No! Fuck. I forgot the foreign policy guy changes that stuff. We want a flexible foreign policy. God damn it, dude. I really hate that like, there's not a, this will change to this, are you sure? We're gonna load. So we can, or can we swap the cabinet immediately? Yeah, we can. So this will give us dove politics. This will give us something else. One sec. God damn it. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. F's in chat. I forgot to unmute my mic after doing something. What truth hurts? No. No. Ugh. Not like this. We lost all of our viewers now. I think it's because the mod gives a lot of prestige to Bavaria on account of things. Wow, look at all the things we have. That this is able to happen. God damn it. I don't even know what we've talked about in this time period. We were upset that we had gotten onto dove politics, and we decided that we could just, like, not have a minister for that, and just get onto flexible foreign policy. It's only 3 to 4 minutes, don't worry. Oh, that's a hell of a long time. Do you still feel good about what you said about Islam after what happened in Germany? I'm not sure who attacked in Germany, but my comments were you're back. My comments were I thought that it was like I don't really think I had that much commentary about Islam specifically. It was more on the like basis of morality, and like if you have a moral system that is not egalitarian and humanist in nature, I'm like less interested in it, and that your position isn't necessarily representative of like everyone who's Muslim, but like also I think that, well, actually my bigger point is that I think that religion doesn't specifically corrupt like a lot of other atheists do. And the reason why I think this is that people will find different axes of tribalism. But I think in your case, like, or what you're talking about, there's like definitely like tribalism present in your moral analysis. So I disagreed with your position that and this is from a couple days ago, that atheism leads to inferior moral analysis, basically. But I disagreed with that from the start. I don't know the details on what happened in Germany. I know someone drove a car through a group of people, but I don't know like who did it or anything about them or why they did it. So, my opinion... Also, fundamentally, like, n equals 1, like, a lot of times that there's a ton of media coverage for some tragic event, it's always, like, kind of insipid, because, like, a singular event doesn't represent a general trend. Like, for example, like, conservative media outlets really like to report on migrant crime rather than overall migrant crime statistics, which is much better. Like, let's say an illegal immigrant, like, violently kills someone, and it gets reported on the news. It's like, yeah, we don't want people violently killing other people, and if there's a population that's violently killing other people, then that's a problem if they're doing it at a much higher rate. But to some extent it's a problem. To another extent, like, it's not necessarily the case that you should like do something specific if one group is killing people at a higher rate than others, but that's like a separate type of consideration. But they never report on like if migrants are killing at a rate that's higher than base rate, because citizens kill each other too. It just gets underreported. So when you're trying to construct a narrative, which is often what's the case, you just engage in a lot of selective reporting. And I'd be curious what the base rate of, like, people who immigrate to this country, illegal or not, what the base rate of violent crime is relative, or what their rate of violent crime is relative to the base rate in the United States. Because if the United States has a murder rate of, let's say, 10%, which obviously it doesn't because that's way too high, but if they have a murder rate of 10%, and then the immigrants have a murder rate of 5%, you will be able to find immigrants that are killing people, and simultaneously, modern equipment, and simultaneously, even though you can find examples of immigrants who are killing people, you will actually be less likely to be murdered by them coming to the country, because their rate is lower than the base rate of 10%. Because they obviously... both people who can kill you are coming to the United States, but also people who could get killed instead of you are coming to the United States. Also, people tend to commit crimes against their own communities more often than other people's communities. Oh, academic progress. That's going to be real good for us. Real good. Let's see what we can do in the sciences. I think that means he finished what he was working on. Let's stop mapping the moon. Let's stop mapping the moon. I'm clicking, I swear I am, chat. So we need a paleontology license, maybe? Okay, let's get one from... I mean, I guess Hudson Bay Company will give us one. So let's see what we can do with that. Something like this. But also, like, some of the stuff you were arguing was, like, just, like, that Jesus came from, like, the factual basis is, like, Jesus did not come from Norway. And you were saying that it got rotated. I think you're just, like... I would encourage you to look up any amount of, like, archaeology of, like, Jewish artifacts and where they were discovered. Jewish artifacts dating from before the Crusades, because you said that this happened during the Crusades, that they reverse engineered or changed all the stuff. So if you look up artifacts that were made before the Crusades, the Jewish artifacts, in theory they should all appear up here if your analysis is correct. And if it's not correct, like Dead Sea Scrolls, for example, which were discovered in the West Bank, then your analysis is probably wrong. The attacker was a Zionist anti-Muslim. Yeah, so I also think, like, n equals 1, not necessarily. The sample size of one event is not necessarily representative of an overall, like, thing. But, like, also, if you're making the argument, like, regarding, like, terrorist attacks, like, I don't understand the argument, like, how this is going to change how I feel about Islam, because first of all, I was not defending Judaism over Islam whatsoever. Like, my position's one of atheism, so, like, you're barking up the wrong tree. Also, my position was always, I think it doesn't really inform morality to... Here. Yeah, let's specialize. So, like, I think you're just, like, you're barking up, like, you're ascribing to me, like, a whole set of, like, beliefs and perspective that I just don't even have, also. But, like, if a terror attack is of groups that are not in your group is an indication of bad morality, which seems to be what you're suggesting here, that the Jews engaging, or someone who is Zionistic, engaging in a terrorist attack, then, like, there's been plenty of terrorist attacks perpetrated by Muslims, but you care about who the person who's getting targeted is. For you, it's more immoral to target Muslims than it is to target Jews. And for me, I'm indifferent to who's getting targeted. Like, targeting civilian populations, like, of any type is just bad. And I don't think that that's your position. As evidenced by, like, you being okay with, like, versions of apartheid. The guy was a Muslim apostate from Saudi Arabia. Germany AFD supporter. Germany was an AFD supporter. He drove a car, 6 people died and 20 were injured, and he was the guy who came in 2006 to Germany, Muslim doctor. He was not working at the moment and went in. Well, then that's different what this other guy was saying. Middle-aged. Alright, he becomes our writer. Big dice. We will have a writer. But, like, I think you're giving some sort of argument that's just, like, super obliquely related to, like, oh, we can't appoint these guys. Oh, because we recently changed it, not like this. But my feelings don't care about the facts, oh no. They do report on Germany, and the base rate is much lower than the nationalist-led Algerian immigrants, 20 times more likely to commit a crime is not... Yeah, so, there we go. Like, i.e., in the United States, they just report individual incidents, they don't report rates. I think if you have rates, then you can start saying something like substantive, and you could be like, look, then there's an argument, right? And then you're actually, like, evaluating the data. Well, we're not going to build something in a null state. This is all chicanery. Like, in terms of really being chicanery, like, it being in an imaginary state does seem like, we'll look for an alternative route, though. We'll stay by our kind of, way of thinking about things. What the hell? Prussia supports. Well, they won't give us a bankroll. That's cute. Prussia is supporting Bavaria. Bavaria's gonna form Germany with Prussia, dogs. Oh, that's so cool. Because I think they win this. Let's improve relations with Bavaria while we can. He was a Saudi Arabian who tried to avoid persecution. Safi wanted him back, but he denied it. The German government did. So the German government not sending him back, not extraditing him, and then he ends up killing a bunch of Germans. We're not talking about that right now. I know what I know. If you want to continue in your worldview, if you feel I'm going to continue in my worldview. I don't know what to do. I defend Judaism over Islam any day, says Ergend. Yeah, I don't have a extremely strong opinion on it. We get map the moon. I think that frees up our guy. I guess we maybe want... We don't have any backup painters, so I guess we would want our next guy to be a painter, but we can also just wait on that and not put in. It's not like we develop more stuff. Let's try and find Mars. I guess. Show me one proof of any artifacts that are not manufactured. Show me one proof of any artifacts that are not manufactured. Like, okay, so if you start denying, like, an entire, like, academic, like, field because you think they made everything up, you talked about them covering it up during the Crusades. Now you're talking about them covering it up both in the Crusades and now. You can say carbon dating, but isotopes can easily be faked, and the Catholic Church still holds large influence over European academia, even if you guys don't like to admit it. Really don't think the Catholic Church holds large influence over academia. A lot of academics are just like outspoken atheists, and are very like in terms of if you were to find a group most antagonistic to the teachings of the church, it would probably be like people who are specifically like engaging in archaeology and paleontology. like if you were looking for a group that disagreed more. Yeah, Mahmoud is back. He did not target Muslims. You said he was an anti-Muslim Zionist. So that's the one. You were the one who said that. You destroyed yourself with your own argument. Okay. Let's see, what is this about? Sure, you guys must be experiencing some isolation and easy peasy on the climby squeezy. I mean, he didn't target Muslims. He ran into Christians' market, not a mosque. Yeah, just the initial thing he said was that he was a Zionist anti-Muslim. Zionists hate all religions. That's just, like, super incorrect. A lot of Zionists are super devout Jews. The driver car was immediately arrested. Identified as Taleb A, a 50-year-old medical doctor from Saudi. Zionists are not even Jewish. That's just, like an insane position. Does this have mods? Yeah, we're playing with Morgenroete, better politics, and more unique companies. Why don't you know everything? I came to this chat expecting answers. No. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Specifically, like, politics. Like, people have suggested that I do, like, politics streams, but, like, a lot of the people who, even though I dislike a lot of political streamers and I dislike the way they think, but, like, their knowledge base is, like, way more, like, expansive than mine. I just think that they, like, generally are more agenda or sensationalistically driven than, like, actually caring about stuff that's, like, more objective. At the same time, like, they have a lot more stuff. Someone went off the deep end, yeah. The truth is that all crimes are committed by people. To stop crime, we must deport everyone. Yeah, if there were no people, there'd be no crimes. We gotta just kill everyone. This is how you really solve crime. We're gonna say it's too risky. Especially because it seems like we're rolling more and more positive events that can just give us, like, an easy peasy ascent. 78% of Italian academics are Catholic. Italian academics. What's the base rate of Italians and what religion they are? You're talking about Italian academics too. Like, you want to talk about, like, 90% of Italians are Roman Catholic. So that means, on average, Italian academics are considerably less Catholic than the average Italian. Right? Furthermore, Italian academics are not the entirety of people who are conducting that research. You could look up you could look up paleontology and, like, the type of people who excavate fossils. You could look them up and you could look up their religion and decide if you think that they're, like, backed by the church. But, like, the fact that it goes from being 10% to being non-religious to your number of, like, being 22%, more than doubling the percentage of non-religious people in terms of academics. And also, that's Italian academics in their entirety. We're talking about the people who excavate and dig up stuff, right? Because some of those academics include theologians, because that's in academia, right? So, like, if you zoom in on specifically the people who are digging up stuff from the earth and conducting, like, research that is either paleontological or archaeological, we'll say archaeology. This is all happening within Victoria 3 that we're watching, guys? Kind of a little bit. Why was Islam far more advanced during the medieval period when Christianity was the strongest in Europe? What? I don't understand the point. Why were Islam the superior on the planet at the time? That's, like, a silly argument. Why don't we, like, worship, like, who the Persians worshipped back in the time? We can, like, worship Baal, because at the time Persia was the strongest, like, back in 1000 BC. Why weren't the Muslims the strongest in 1000 BC? Like, or you could say now, like, arguing that one specific time period is the one that should inform, like, one group being stronger than means that the other group is best is, like, the silliest, like, type of argument. I do often bring up that the Muslims, like, were a lot more academic during the Dark Ages than the Christians. but like I'm not sure what like you're trying to argue for some sort of like Islamic superiority on that front. You're gonna have to include like more of history as well then, and also the fact that like Islam's not like that older religion. You would have to account for stuff that happened before Muhammad. And why has it declined? Yeah, that's another one. Gonna need a sauce on the 78%. I mean, if it includes all academics, I don't even think I need a sauce. Like, I don't even think that the 78% like really disproves my point, because it would have to be archaeologists specifically. I think. Oh, when did they get sinned? That means we could take it for less infamy. Eventually. Oh. We can't use aggressive plays right now. Just because they are in the church doesn't mean they're actually practicing too. Yeah, that's fair enough, but like, I don't even think we necessarily even need to go there. But that's also very true. They could also just be in for various other reasons. I mean, I think Mahmud is in an echo chamber in terms of information. They integrated a whole lot of Greek and Roman philosophies and technologies. Yeah. If you look at the world, the more gods people worship, the more deranged they become. They are demons luring people and spread disgusting influence. Look at America. Well, you know what you could always do is you could always just start worshiping one less. If that's your thesis. You could take it to the next step. If the number of gods, in your opinion, which I'm uncertain this is even the case, or I would agree with this, I generally wouldn't. If you think the number of gods is the problem, you could always just worship one less than you are currently. Europe was backwards until it changed and had the industrial revolutions. Islam is backwards until today. I think that materialistically, the Middle East specifically, if that's what you're talking about, I know much less about the Muslims that are in these regions of the world, but the Middle East specifically, I think has gotten a rather rough shake over the last century, like in terms of material conditions. So, look for an alternative route here. If Jesus is God, again, I'm not Christian or Catholic, then like appealing to copying and pasting stuff from the Bible doesn't do anything for me, because I don't believe in the Bible. You trying to say that the Bible's not describing reality doesn't do anything to me. I already don't believe it does. I'm not actually entirely uncertain what you're trying to convince me, other than Islam is the best. Like, that seems to be your central thesis. I don't know. Also, someone labeled Catholic doesn't mean that they practice the religion themselves. Yeah, but also I would venture to guess that in the archaeology discipline that the number of Catholics is under 35%, and certainly under 50. Roman Empire, all hail Jupiter, basically. Yeah, in terms of proportion of the world's power, Roman Empire might be the biggest. So, or actually, during Alexander the Great, or who did the Mongols worship? If just straight up power is your metric for which religion's best. Also, that's a silly metric, because that has to do more with military technology than anything else. So the argument is actually whoever has the best military technology chose the correct religion. Kind of how it functionally would work. Killex, thank you for the follow, big nice. Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world right now. Pretty sure the fastest growing religion in the world is going to be whatever. The fastest growing religion probably has more to do with population growth than it does to do with any sort of superiority. But also, like, the number of people worshipping or following your religion does not mean that that religion is best. That's like, also, atheism might be growing at a higher rate. I don't think that this proves anything, but a lot of this is going to have to do with growth rate of them. Muslims are growing more than Christians, though. Yep. Just taking a quick look at it. I wonder how fast atheism's growing, though. But there's a reason for that. The birth rates in Christian countries in general aren't very high. Like, and people tend to be the religion of their parents. We're chomping at the bit here. I mean, we do have to make progress. We're gonna roll the dice here. Oh, no. I know if we go too long without progress, we end up having problems, so... Europe had the Industrial Revolution because it became secular. The Islamic world never had to change. There's also, like, regions in India where there's Muslims, and, like, all of Africa, like, a big portion of that is Muslim as well. And they have much bigger population growth. Conversion rate would be maybe more interesting, but I still don't think it proves anything. Like, your argument is that it's better, like, because it leads to better morality, was, like, the one argument you gave. But then, at the same time, it's morality for me, but not for thee. Like, you only, you're judging the morality based on, like, who is, like, the victim or the, like... That something is abhorrent when it's done to the Muslims, but not abhorrent when it's done to the Jews, which is, like, kind of what you were arguing a couple days ago. Just, like, doesn't work for me. Like, I don't think that morality discriminates on the basis of religion. And if you think that that is the product of Islam, which I don't think that it necessarily is, I think it's the product of tribalism, and that's, like, a separate issue. But if you think that, then, like, I think that that makes it, like, worse for wear. Is there another Mahmoud in Twitch chat too? I don't think so. You have to set your thing to all chat. It might just be on top chat, and if you're only seeing top chat, you might not be seeing all of his messages because he's sending a lot, and I think that makes it more likely for them to get bopped. I'm not sure though. We're trying to pass unified executive. We're struggling. Atheism is your god, brother. I would not use a capital G. I do not think it means a god. Technically, the version of atheist I am would be like an agnostic atheist, where I don't think there's been sufficient evidence for proving one god. You at least admit it. I 100% like have at no point in time said I was anything but atheist. You are loving your own ego and worshiping yourself. Yeah, again, I think your analysis is wrong. Atheism is the aggrandizement of oneself as the god. Then why am I, like, arguing on the basis of humanism and all people, whereas your, like, argument is essentially that the people that matter are only Muslims? I'm casting a wider net for my morality and care of people than you are, to include all people. So... You think when one action is done to Muslims, it is immoral, but when it's done to Jews, it's okay? Which is we could call it the aggrandizement of the particular group you belong to. Mahmoud is pushing his stream jihad and trying to spread Islam, I guess. I don't know. How's he doing, guys? I have a sneaking suspicion that chat generally agrees with me. Although there's an asymmetry here that's not fair. In that, you get a protectorate. Hey. There's an asymmetry here that's not fair. It's that I can talk considerably faster than you. So, like, even if you had the better argument, it would still be difficult. Just by virtue of the way things are organized. Is this mod? Yeah, we're playing Better Politics mod, More Unique Companies mod, and Hudson Bay, we could support their independence. I think we'll not. Yeah, we'll give them control of their own market. And then we are also playing with Morgenroete, Better Politics, and yeah, More Unique Companies. Lenotype before the publishing industries. Empire peaked before it became Christian. Yeah, 100%. It's the like, what's his name? It's the Magneto meme. Show me the real Roman Empire. I keep seeing the electricity PMs and I'm like trying to change them, but I can't change them because obviously. How good is this PM? Yeah, it doesn't matter. At Orpheus, keep up the Islamophobia. Well, I mean, I don't think he's been particularly Islamophobic. His comment is about you specifically, not Islam. Genghis Khan started conquest for the best religion and invited all officials to convince him, and Islam won. Yeah, I mean, I just I think I'm very suspicious of the written evidence of that, considering some of the other stuff you've said. I suppose I would want to see the sauce on that, or the receipts or the evidence. 'Cause, yeah. Islam also has one of the highest apostasy rates in the entire world. Yeah, that would be like a meaningful statistic, kind of, except for I don't think the number of people who follow a religion is an indication that it is like morally superior. Atheism was winning massively when you look at conversion rates. Putting out baby says nothing about the quality of your religion. Yeah. To be fair, I'm also against, like, the brand of atheism that is, evangelistic and thinks that everyone has to be atheist, because I also think that is similarly intolerant. But it's the intolerance I dislike. Some of the Mongol Empire adopted Islam, but I'm fairly sure that both Genghis and his grandson were Tigriists. Yeah. This would, make sense to me. We can kill another geologist. Hell yeah, brother. We send them to die. They die for our sins. We'll also have them do some geological research. We'll improve the forestries. I guess in California to start. Something like this. Journalist gaming, no offense, but look at your body. Atheism promotes gluttony in its shows. Islam encourages limiting yourself to what you need. It's like the average weight of the people is now going to be the thing. I also work out probably a lot more than you would imagine. but the you're fat therefore Islam is better is like was not on my arguments I was expecting to see a bingo card. Like, you're not saying anything about the teachings of, or I guess you're saying something about the teachings of, like, Islam, but there are plenty of, like, fat Muslims. Like, I would venture to say that the country I live in and the availability of food is the stronger correlate than the teachings or the belief. We could become we join as the founding member. Time for us to help found the Red Cross and get minus infamy generation. Hell yeah. And then we can enable war. We can enable jingoism if we need to. You really want to claim Chengiz? The Mongols sacked and burnt Baghdad and set Islam back for centuries. Yeah, if you're arguing like people who view you to be moral, or like I don't think Genghis Khan was a particularly moral individual. If your argument is that Genghis Khan loved Islam, then Islam was better, like I think Genghis Khan's endorsement, I don't think I'm very suspicious of the notion that he actually gave it, but two, if he did give it, that would probably mean that your religion's probably more violent, which I would consider to be not a moral thing. But I would venture to say I spend more hours in the gym than you do, Mahmoud. We want to start talking about bodies. What I mean, like, I guess if I want to argue like you, like, oh, I could lift more weight than you, therefore atheism's better, like... I didn't know this whole chat thing in YouTube. Thank you. You're very welcome. If you're trying to convert, this is not an effective way to do it. I also think so. What crazy YouTube combo did I walk into? Hey, Joe Pro. Welcome to the chat. How you doing? How you be? Thank you for the 10 months. I think you are the longest subscribing person, Joe Pro. Big nice. I'm pretty sure you are the longest. Why do we keep getting more events that increase our rigidity? We're just like fully rigid forever and ever. We don't like that. Reduce autonomy on one of our subjects. I suppose we can annex subjects. Oh, can we not annex subjects? I guess we could reduce autonomy immediately on these guys, and then exempt them from service, and also send them medical treatment. Huzzah! We might need to give them service back though if we want to invade the UK. We get +1 company. I don't think we're ready to put in Wells Fargo yet. I'm not sure this is incorporated. It still hasn't spawned a single financial district. I think incorporation's important. Yeah. He's juiced to the gills and he wants to argue for the sake of arguing. Maybe. I don't know. Just like... whatever someone says they lift on the internet, I'm probably, like, if they're saying they lift more than me, I'm gonna be very suspect of that. Not because it's impossible for someone to lift more than me, but just because the percentile they would have to be in. We could slot in the Bank of China. To be fair, this company is fairly good. I think we still would like to have Wells Fargo kind of as the bank we put in eventually here. This bank's also not too bad. But Wells Fargo has a ton of the industries that are a lot harder to find like good ones for, and we will have a really good tooling industry, so... Uncalled for? Let he's without sin cast the first stone. Well, I think the Mahmoud doesn't necessarily prescribe to that. Journalist does a utilitarian calculation every time. Yeah, basically. Except not really. You only love atheism because it came from your cultural sphere. You were a nihilist. Well, I would agree with the notion that people's religious beliefs tend to correlate very strongly with their upbringing, rather than some sort of like divine intervention. Runar's getting convinced. That's fair. I think Mahmoud didn't have any parents because he was taught by them. He was indoctrinated by religion, but he had parents. Showing a lot of love and peace. Yeah, I know. The insulting, like, straight away. Or not straight away. He was actually very civil a couple days ago, to his credit. But, like, yeah, I think that my being overweight doesn't make the atheist position worse. Like, I don't think that follows. Mahmoud thinks that the Quran was falsified by the Catholics. Does the Quran include the Jews living in the Levant? Let me clarify. I'm against any sort of violent spread of Islam and any armed conflict in the name of religion. Jihad is not supposed to be violent. So would you say that you... I mean, you seemed, like, 2 days ago you seemed just generally unwilling to concede that Hamas's position on wanting to completely remove all Israelis from Palestine was problematic. And the way you would remove people would be violently. I think, I think withholding utilities, which is something you were on board with, is like a form of violence. Like, not letting someone drink water or have access to water is like a form of violence, I think. If you are excluding them on like, well, let's get rid of this. We're never establishing a colonial administration ever. But now we're starting to get behind. Are we streaming Poe later? I was thinking about it. This stream's actually gone way longer than it's supposed to. Assuming you're talking world wars, where the Muslims were key on both sides of Germans each time. A true star. Get it? Because he's an astronomer? General says a sleeper build. I don't know if I would call my build as, like, from a bodybuilding perspective, I don't know how I would rate my build. Because my build does not, like, look very good. The flip side of that is, take the genetics research. The flip side of that is, like, it would be easier for me to look really, really jacked than the average person if I just lost a bunch of weight. Like, it would take way longer for someone else to put on the amount of muscle I have. But, modern day Israel would be on the Axis side. If Germany was still genociding Jews, I have zero doubt that Israel would not be on their side. I think that's, like, crazy. Big nice. Says Joe Pro. We gotta get the Sad Thursday emote in here. Fully rigid helps your GDP be more erect. A little bit. We're trying to pass some laws here, though. Are we on the swapping Palestine with Scandinavia thing again? We're with the same person, but I don't think he's really trying to make that argument as much. We will need to declare war soon, so I guess we're just appointing a jingoist guy. This is unincorporated, so... we'll be living in sin soon. To be fair, I think they don't have any equipment, so we'll just give them that. It should be fine. I think we're talking about Islam generally. Yeah, Mahmoud is trying to argue that Islam is better than... well, now he's actually talking about atheism, which is my position. Instead of trying to argue it's better than Catholicism, which has never been my position. One guy prophetizing in chat. A little bit, yeah. The Muslim Brotherhood and hence Hamas was part of it, grew connections with Nazi Germany. Yeah, I mean, Mahmoud was arguing earlier that Hamas was not Muslim. Which is another position I just, like, kind of disagree with, but, yeah. Do you have tips for playing the Ottomans? Don't try and do the education Tanzimat, specifically. That's the easiest tip. I haven't played the Ottomans since they made Egypt like a subject proper, so I don't know exactly what the strategy is regarding Egypt, if you're just supposed to try and full annex them eventually. Trying to make it so that the GPs can't side against you is probably a good idea, so evaluating which strategic region they have interests in before you declare your war is probably a good idea. Or also siding with them on a war so they can't join against you is also probably a good idea. So if, like, Russia declares war, like, on the Caucasus and you join on their side, now they can't side against you when you fight Egypt. So playing around with those types of things are probably going to be useful. Is there a reason not to incorporate a state if you're trying to play optimally? Yeah, if it's just a ton of bureaucracy and you can't afford the bureaucracy. Really big states are kind of harder to incorporate. Also, if there's, like, nothing there, like, in terms of, like, buildings and stuff, like, it not being incorporated is really not the biggest deal. Let's increase this, because so much of the mod of this mod hinges on literacy. What is happening in Palestine is a freedom movement, not a jihad. Well, would you argue it's something other than violent? Because your point was about violence. You said that real jihad is not violent. I also... the calling it something different and then making it okay because it's called something different is, like, I think kind of... Well, I mean, it's contextually somewhat okay in some situations. I don't know. I believe... Isn't the translation of jihad reclaiming territory that belongs to you? Like, I don't know how that's not, like, how that doesn't fit. I, of course, don't know the definition of jihad as well. But killing Israeli civilians is Palestinian freedom. Yeah, this is the crux of the issue I have, is the killing of civilian populations to achieve a goal. Catholic Church, before the First Crusade, rotated all the locations on the map. Yep. We're back. We're back, baby. We're so back. Oh, did this crush our cohesion? So we want someone who has a military stance that allows us to actually do stuff if we use stuff. Social liberals probably won't be a fan of it. Or we could just not touch it and stay on jingoism. Except for our cabinet's about to get messed up. Our cabinet is very messed up. It's not causing us a massive bureaucratic malice, but we're expecting that to come in anytime soon, though. We don't have a lot of mandate with these guys, so we won't necessarily want to put in... We have a ton with these guys, so let's put in there. Foreign affairs we don't have. We have just 50 synergy, which is not good, so we should... Yeah, now we're eating this massive thing. Unified executive sucks then, huh? I don't know how we recover from this. There's not a way for us to do it. I'm just gonna... I was not aware that it would crush us that hard. I'm just gonna load and we're not gonna do that. The effect it has on the cabinet is just too gnarly. From what I understood, unincorporated can't get mass migration, yeah. So we're just gonna cancel the law before it passes. Jihad historically has been a really complex and interesting set of meetings. Jihad in modern meetings of waging a war of terror is a 20th century concept. But my understanding is that it was a war of taking back righteous land that was properly Muslim. But I could be mistaken. From a bodybuilding perspective, 0. From a strongman perspective, beginner. Oof, the truth hurts. But let's not pass this law. Feels weird to kill it in voting, but we just, like, actually can't afford to do that law. Minor concessions we could do. Or we just make loyalists. And +1 permanently. It decreases our rigidity. Bro, hell yeah. Let's do minor concessions instead. We still can't put in the companies we really want here, unfortunately. We still have good relations with these guys? God damn, are they improving relations with us? What's going on? They are. We could expel diplomats. Oh, we could declare wars where they have an interest. We do this and then cancel it? No, we can't. God damn it. Bethlehem is also in Germany and has a much more comparable layout with what's described in the text. I think you are mistaken, my friend. I think archaeological evidence shows Hebrew artifacts being discovered in the region of the Levant. And the entirety of archaeology that references anything that's been discovered just has to be wrong for you to be right. Medina's in America. Tone it down a little, Bob. You're welcome to disagree with him, but try and be less rude about it. I'd prefer discourse to generally be open and allowed. Although at a certain point, like, I might stop responding. Because I kind of think that this is maybe not the most productive anyway. Yiddish is a Germanic language, extremely similar. Yeah, I mean, they spoke Aramaic back in the day. And the claim is derived from Hebrew. Hebrew language is today's constructed language. Yeah. They spoke Aramaic back then. We maybe want to help China out here. I think Russia's hated our guts anyways for a while now. Yeah, they've been cautious. But they'll transfer us a state. What will they give us? Kamchatka? I mean, it's free as for me, right? No, we'll actually have to stay in this war and fight it. Because China will put in return Suzhou. And they're taking territories we would rather take. Or trying to. How are we doing on power projection? 2K? There's 6K? What's ours? 8K. I mean, we should, in theory, start a war with Russia, independent of what we're doing like if we're going to join on their side. We don't have Manchuria interests. Hopefully they don't back down. The word jihad is greatly debated between Islamic scholars and text interpreters. The conclusion that it can essentially mean anything at any point in time, depending on how you want to interpret it. Well, that's not helpful. Prussia sides with Russia. Don't like that. For Qing war reps. I guess maybe we take a little something for ourselves through that. Which will reset relations. Looks like they're pretty open to us taking whatever we want. Taking Shandong is kind of cute because it would brick their thing. North Jilin is what they have. We can't really get access to Manchuria here. But just conquer Beijing seems attractive, actually. It's not as attractive as it is normally. Partially because I think the legislative ability is less important, or the rankings. Or do we still get loyalists? Yeah, we don't get a bunch of loyalists anymore. We could transfer Korea and then annex it. Giving us access to some of the Korean companies, which are clearly really good. We can't transfer Korea, just kidding. I mean, we could declare a separate war on them for transfer Korea. We don't have an interest in Manchuria yet, though. Turkey halted the sales of chromite to Germany and broke off relations. Hell yeah. We didn't even read the other option. Rip. We just, like, saw education access and started foaming at the mouth. Oh, they just backed down. Pussies. Alright. Alright, well that simplifies all that. So yeah, I was wrong. Turkey halted its sale of chromite to Germany. Turkey declared war on Axis powers in 45. No Turkish troops saw combat. Jihad can also mean internal struggle to be a better Muslim. Fighting against sins. Interesting. But in history it was used for an excuse for rapid expansion. I thought it was used mainly for retaking land you'd lost, but again, this isn't my area of expertise, really. Where's the outrage when Christians and Trump call for a new crusade and use similar rhetoric? Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. If you're projecting that onto me, that's just 100% not my position. Again, my position's a humanistic one, where I think that all people, including Muslims, should be treated as people who have moral value, and that people should not be excluded on the basis of religion. So, the thing I object to is excluding people from moral consideration, for the most part. Let's do this again, I guess. I guess we could support Egypt's independence. Who are they fighting right now? Kind of on board with that. Although we've been going quite a while. My voice is starting to get a little raw. I think we're going to put one at the front of the queue and then also set this to auto-expand here in the capital, because the We're going to need a ton of engines pretty soon here. I think we're going to do the same in Rhone. We're going to put in... Oh, there's not even steel in here already? We're going to put steel and motor, and we're going to put them on auto-expand. And then... we could start turning on some of the electricity stuff, I suppose. We'll start with, I think the most efficient, if I recall correctly, is still the urban centers, but... I guess that also depends on the price of services. Evangelicals are pro-Israel, but most Catholics are non-evangelical Christians, aren't pro-Israel, they're more neutral. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people in the West who are pro-Palestine. The United States specifically leans pro-Israel. I'm not in that, like, quite in either camp, really. You wait until they use up nearly all the maneuver points, maybe you could join last minute. Oh, yeah. Definitely, but they just back down. We're trying to catch up. Maybe show a little more respect without Islam and out. Maybe show a little more respect. Bro, you were... I don't think I've been disrespectful to you. I have called, like, some of your opinions, like, I've criticized some of your opinions, but I don't think I've insulted you at any point in time. Like, you were the one who's saying I have a disgusting body. So, without Islam and Al-Chor, was normie, there would be no algorithms to run our map games on. Yeah, so historically, someone inventing a particular thing, again, does not mean... Should we worship, like, Baal because the Phoenicians invented the alphabet? Like, it's like, to say that we should worship the same thing, that means we should worship a lot of things. Because we have a lot of things throughout history to be grateful for from people who believed in different sorts of deities. Also, why not keep using your Western superior Western? I mean, like, again, the numbers being better doesn't make the religion better. You're just like it's like a non sequitur. Like, I think maybe we incorporate this. You know that Arabic numerals came from India, right? Yeah, but I think he was saying about specific operations. But okay, one last question. Do you think Netanyahu is a fascist? My knowledge of Netanyahu is relatively superficial, but with the knowledge I have, yes, I would say that I think he's a fascist. I think he's a bigot. I think he doesn't give a shit about, like, Palestinian lives. I think he does not afford them moral consideration. I don't know if I'd go as far to say that he's deliberately exterminating them, but I think there's like a, let's call it depraved indifference. Let's go with that one. But yeah, I mean, I often defend the historic contributions of the Islamic world when people are bashing on Islam, or use that as like a mention, because you know. The Western world was not the nicest during 900 to 1400. I mean, considerably after 1400 as well, but that was the period in which the Islamic world was more advanced. My beliefs are similar to generalists, but I believe in humanistic hate, where no people have moral self. Don't mistake my misanthropy for bigotry. I hate everyone. I don't know why this is being discussed, but jihad, literally meaning struggle, was interpreted since early Islamic history. Eternal struggle. If it means literally struggle, then that's like vague, yeah. We're trying to catch up with chat before we wind things down, I suppose. It looks like we could still do... Okay, we could do different forestry things. Let's do it in Rome. In our major, like, economic centers. And we specifically are missing a chemist, but we can't focus on a chemist, unfortunately. We need one university with a mathematical focus. Okay, well, we can do that. I think we built a couple universities here. I thought we had one with a mathematical focus already. That's kind of yikes. Secular academia, of course. And we'll promote a chemist. Sound off. You have a tip from getting the market liberal from Cornlaws and Dakota. Seems like promoting the liberal movement is enough. Should I just suppress other movements? Whichever movements are particularly attracting, specifically the landowners, you should suppress, yeah. Yeah, definitely gonna get funds. I really like the way Morgenroete kind of eats into your money supply. It really, like, makes it so you don't feel like you pop off super far ahead of the AI over the course of time. Although maybe we are just, like, super far ahead of the AI. God, we still haven't gotten a single financial district. We have 10 months more till incorporation. Maybe then we'll start getting more financial districts. I'm nearly a million pops there. We're back on the YouTube religion chat. Journalists can never escape, basically. I mean, at a certain point, I might just get tired of it and just ask people to stop talking about it. I feel like to some extent I'm repeating myself a little bit. Specifically, like, I think that opinions that I don't hold are repeatedly being, like, projected onto me. So, according to the dev diaries, that's how it works. Minor concessions just seems super good for us. Especially because we want to reduce, God, we get the unlucky tick on it. We want to reduce rigidity anyways, but, like, that's so many loyalists, dog. For, like, nothing. I guess for a year's worth of law enactments. Are we playing Magic the Gathering? Want to join? Oh. You look at the number of new parents created in Muslim countries are really bad. Even there are almost no interventions in Muslim countries. You look at a very small period of time. Or new patents and inventions. Yeah, I do think there's some selective, like, reasoning here, but people also just generally engage in that too, to be fair. What were we wanting to do? We wanted to put this on auto expand, and then we wanted to swap up this as well. Generalist makes the Asians the math guys. Fuck. So I just knew we had a university that wasn't specialized there. But yeah, I guess. Discoveries in Muslim countries are not recognized. I have proof that there are finite primes proving Euclid wrong. The proof is logically rigorous. I've contacted multiple Western unis that have been ignored. I don't know that much about Euclidean mathematics to really discuss it, but I mean, I think that thinking that Bethlehem is in Germany is also like pretty divergent from what most Western academics think. Do you believe in giant birds? I don't even know what that is. Although, to be fair, you said you were going to ask one more question. I don't even know what you mean by giant birds. Black vomit. Oh no. We probably have some mandate, don't we? We have 2 available mandate. We could go vassalization 3. We could also start pushing a different principle. We could go colonization 2. We could go freedom of movement. I think that in particular for this mod, we're kind of interested in pushing advanced research relatively early, but we do like our colonial offices. We like a lot. And then we will increase this here, and also the colonization, given what we're doing with that. And then suffrage. Gives us a better targeted... I think we'll leave that where it is for now, considering we're planning on allowing more education soon. Really want to get the other bank. I guess maybe next is we fight Belgium. God, we're just like so far from being able to fight Belgium. And we're gonna have a truce with them too. We can't break for another 3 weeks. Do you think what they call dinosaurs does not sound like something a 5-year-old would make up? I mean, I've seen literal bones of the dinosaurs. I think more people have to be in on the construction of a different reality for your theories to be the case than for my theories to be the case. Like, more people have to be involved in the conspiracy. Ooh, bubbles. Otter babies. So cute. Guys, is that a drone behind journalists? Oh no. This is how it all ends. Not like this. Oh, we have a rivalry with them? Let's not do that. Do you not think you say something about the rotating maps? Sounds like, yeah. The rotating map seems far less plausible than the dinosaurs. I mean, I've seen dinosaur bones. I've seen the big-ass bones. They look the same as small-ass bones, but they're big. And certainly it would be possible to fake that type of thing, but then, like, the thing is, okay, if you've ever seen the movie, Jim Carrey movie, shoot, I'm gonna forget the name of it, or I don't remember the name of it, The Truman Show. If you've ever seen The Truman Show, the guy is living in a fake constructed reality, right? And everyone around him is watching him, and he's a television show, and he doesn't know, but everyone else is an actor, and they're in on it. The amount of people to run that are, like, maybe 2,500. I think for any conspiracy theory, if it requires more than, like, 2,500 people being in on it, then you have to, like, seriously, like, examine and think about, because no one's whistleblowing that they actually intentionally, like, moved this, like, Jerusalem to Germany or whatever, in terms of, like, the archaeological community. So for there to actually be a giant conspiracy to conceal this particular thing, if more people have to be in on it than have to be in on, like, a Truman Show, the idea that you might be living in your own personal Truman Show might well be more probable after a certain point. And, I mean, I think that that's an absurd proposition. So, like, if a conspiracy just requires too many people to be in on it that aren't whistleblowing simultaneously when they don't have any repercussions for whistleblowing, then the conspiracy is probably just wrong. /mod. We are playing Morgenroete, Better Politics mod, and also more Unique Companies mods. That's 3 mods. Morgenroete, Dawn of Flavor, Better politics mods and this. I've discussed this enough. There are resources online to inform yourself about this. Yeah, sure. When did you get Scotland? They had a revolution, and we sided in for a free subject. If humans evolved from apes, we did. Why have apes been the same for the last million years? They haven't. They've evolved. We share common ancestors. The apes that were around several million years ago are no longer around. They're just common ancestors of like modern apes, which they're like diverged. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you are looking for specific information, you can find almost any of that information. But if I research archaeology specifically with an emphasis in like Jewish history, I will find that the Jewish artifacts that preceded the Crusades will be discovered like in the Levant. And that's what I would look up is the if I wanted to like check to see if that was wrong, but I don't feel compelled to check to see if that was wrong. I'm already confident enough that it was, that I don't feel compelled. I cannot fact check literally everything in my reality, and maybe I'm making a gross error and Mahmoud is right, but I don't think that's the case. Journalists might be behind on chat. I almost always are. YouTubers are chatty. The YouTubers are very chatty. Surprise Better Politics mod is updated after the rework. Yeah, I think that they haven't fully integrated to the extent that they want this stuff on Better Politics mod, but my understanding is they're working on it. Or I think a mod came through and was saying that type of thing. Shaitan put the bones in the ground to deceive you, journalist. Or the genie is not sure. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. But we have to make decisions on what we think is more probable. Geneticists prove that evolution cannot produce any stable organism into the complexity of multicellular organisms, since mutation causes instability. The instability is, in fact, the evolution, man. That's how that works. I have studied quite a bit evolution, so this is something I know a little bit more about. But, yeah, it's a brutally large sample size and tiny little things. When the mutation causes an instability that kills the organism, then that organism doesn't produce any more offspring. So only the organisms that produce useful mutations, generally speaking, and this is generally broadly speaking, not categorically speaking, will be producing offspring. This is a proven fact. It's mathematically impossible. It crashed. Oh no. No. That's not how genetics and evolution work. This is something I've studied and read several books about. And I've read a ton of examples, and also that are confirmed with archaeological or paleontological evidence. I'm not sure when archaeology becomes paleontology. I think paleontology is bones specifically. But we are restarting the game. Although maybe we just catch up on chat. Because we're already 2 hours over when we normally stream. Because I feel the need to catch up with chat entirely before ending a stream. Conspiracy theories also have the issue of why. Some of the global elite theories certainly attempt to answer that, but for dinosaurs, I don't see it. Well, dinosaurs can be taken as evidence that the creation myths are not real. I was looking for a different word, but then I realized I didn't want to use a different word. I know I'm not in my own Truman Show because my life is too boring. Maybe not. What's the highest GDP possible in Vic 3? It depends if you do a market isolation trick or not. If you don't do the market isolation trick, I think it's probably absolute highest possible is maybe 30 to 40 billion, in that range. Maybe it's a little higher than 40 billion, but probably not. And then if you do the market isolation trick, you could probably get over 100 billion. But that's cheese. It's not really 100 billion. So, Indiana Jones already settled the argument. True. No idea what the actual maximum is, assuming you had everything done up. It's likely north of 3 billion. 100% is north of 3 billion. It is 100% north of 3 billion. I think on our, like, we had like 15 billion on our UK run not too long ago. Is publicly traded better than private? Yes. We don't have the technology to replicate the internal structure of bones, so anything with a microscope can falsify fake bones. Yeah, this is beyond the purview of, like, what I can do, but, like, I can distrust the entire scientific establishment, or I can not. But if I have to distrust the entire scientific establishment, like, the person who's, like, insisting that is, like, not the case is, like, the science has a better methodology than religion for determining what's the case in the world. Because science like routinely tries to falsify his beliefs, and science is competitive in nature. If one scientist says something, and it's wrong, you get so many brownie points if you call that guy out if he's just wrong in science. Like, it's competitive by nature. Private allows smaller number of capitalists to have more money. Public means more capitalists with less money. It's changed now. In that the ownership of when you switch to privately traded, that gets rid of the share of ownership that is shopkeeper, which has a lower contribution rate. So when you get rid of the shopkeeper, you can see here there's no more shopkeepers in the secondary one. All of the money is going specifically to capitalists, and now there aren't more capitalists, so it just makes the capitalists a little bit more rich. But 1/6 of the ownership was shopkeeper before you switch, and now it becomes 0. Were you in the Chum event in China? No, I was not. It started early, and also I stream every morning on Saturdays, and I wanted to do this over doing that. And not leave you guys, like, without a stream, because we've streamed very nearly every Saturday except for, like, 2 this year or something. Here we see a white man confirming genetic theory. Not sure what you mean by that. Paleontology only deals with remains of traces of organic life. Archaeology deals with human culture. That makes sense. To be fair, Truman's... we're going to catch up on chat, I think, and then probably call the stream, because I really have to use the restroom, and we're over. But, do like me some Morgenroete. We're starting to get deep into some of the Morgenroete stuff, and next episode we'll be able to do Olympic Games, I think, which will be cool. We haven't touched that mechanic yet. Only Truman left the dome, he became the cable guy. Yeah, that's how you radicalize people. The man that ran from Sham. No, the Quran predicted the Earth is a globe and the shape of the continents and how the Earth was created according to astrophysicists. Explain why it would be known before any of that could be just derived scientifically. Well, mathematicians in Greece calculated before the Quran that it was a sphere. As for the heliocentric model of the Earth, I don't know, but, like, it very plainly was calculated. Like, the circumference of it was calculated. I'm religious. I think religion is cool and has tons of wisdom. I also think philosophy exists with philosophy with the given axiom God exists, not as the science. Viewed as philosophy with the axiom, yeah, it's a little bit different. Ooh, they changed it. This is what generalist is a streamer, yeah. The Earth being known as globe since ancient Greeks, all it takes is to prove that is that a stick a measurement device in the sun, yeah. Or don't you need 2 sticks? I can't remember. I did it in 8th grade once. You can calculate the circumference of the globe. There are no dinobones. The bones which have been fossilized means the bones have been replaced with minerals. I take it all back. How do you prove the existence of God scientifically? You don't. But, like, you can't disprove the existence of God either, scientifically, because you can't disprove the existence of anything, because that's, like, how things work. You just say that there's, like, an absence of evidence. A scholar demonstrated how dinosaur bones are manufactured. Yeah, I think that's incorrect. People didn't think the Earth was flat. Dang, misspelled his name. No. Oh no. Even before calculated their size, the Earth is round, ships on the horizon, etc. Yeah, well, I believe the Greeks calculated using like geometric mathematics rather than like algebraic like mathematics. They figured it out in China and BC as well. Yeah, a lot of people doing it. Kurt Gödel proved some kind of God exists. I've read very nearly every like argument for the existence of God, because that's what you do in philosophy, and I've not found any of them compelling. You're a liar or ignorant. I think that most of the proofs of God's existence that I've ever seen are wishful thinking. We can look up Kurt Gödel very briefly here, but I've read very nearly every argument. I've probably seen the argument, I just don't recognize the name. Considered along with Aristotle and Frege to be one of the most sufficient logicians in history. Yeah, so this is more analytic stuff, so I haven't read as much of it. I don't see anything in here in his related to the existence of God. Gödel believed that God was personal and called his philosophy rationalistic, idealistic, optimistic, and theological. He believed it was personal. Gödel's ontological proof. Gödel believed in an afterlife, thinking, of course, this supposes there are many relationships in which to convinced of the afterlife regardless. So this is going to be his argument. For the existence of God, the argument is in a line of development that goes back to Anselm of Canterbury. St. Anselm's ontological argument is more succinct as follows. Okay, so I've seen ontological arguments. Let's see it. God, by definition, is that for which no greater good can be conceived. God exists in the understanding. If God exists in the understanding, we could imagine him to be greater by existing in reality. Therefore, God must exist. Yeah, I don't think that this is a good argument for the existence of God. Like, we can imagine a greater being, and that being would be greater. And is therefore it has to exist, because like there's a circular logic here, right? Which this very thing presupposes the existence of God. Although this might not be exactly Gödel's argument, because this is being attributed to St. Anselm's. So let's see. The 14-point outline in his philosophical papers, points relevant to this ontological proof include: there are other worlds and rational beings of a different and higher kind. The world in which we... Okay, so this is a premise. I'm not sure how we get anything from the premise here, or that this premise is true. The world in which we live, or maybe this is part of the conclusion, the world in which we live is not the only one in which we shall or have lived. The scientific exact philosophy and theology, which deals with the concepts of higher abstractness, and this is also highly fruitful. Religions are, for the most part, bad, but religion is not. Okay. Gödel is not known to told anyone who's worked on this proof until 1970, when he thought he was dying. He allowed this guy a proof.
Godel would not publish because he was afraid others might think that he actually believes in God, whereas he's only engaged in the logical investigation. So it seems Godel wasn't convinced of his own theorem, which is a little suspect. Although this is far more contemporary than a lot of the arguments I've seen. I've seen other ontological arguments for the existence of God. Use possible worlds. The truth is necessary if it is true in all possible worlds. That's true. By contrast, the statement happens to be true in our world, but false in another world is contingent. Sure. High order modal logic. Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get into like I would probably not even accept his metaphysics, but and I think this will take a little bit too long for us to unpack for chat. Positive property. Godliness is an essential aspect of a godlike object. Now it's said to exist necessarily. Yeah, so this is a circular argument for the existence of God, where that functions much to the extent that like the concept of God, like it's like a more complicated version of this. Because he is so great, and greatness is necessary or an existence is necessary for that level of greatness, he must exist. Heliocentrism was dominant of the idea of the old Greeks. Yeah. So, Godel was the one who proved that any formal system of proof will have things that are true but cannot be proven in the system. Yeah, I think I've maybe read some Godel then, when I studied, philosophy of language. I'm a fan of the uncaused caused argument, but that doesn't prove God per se. It's just some independent existence. Yeah, the fully anthropomorphized, like, version of a particular God. Like, this sounds like he's just trying to argue. Godel's argument also is not that a particular God exists, just that God exists, I believe, if I'm not mistaken looking at it. But, like, I don't want to read the entire thing. But Godel also believes someone was trying to poison him and starved him to death. Yeah. Most ontological proofs have circular logic. Yeah, I mean, it's the concept would not be as good if the thing didn't exist, so it actually has to exist. Stuff without cause is normal in quantum mechanics. Cause itself is like a problem for like philosophy and this type of stuff. Critique of modal logic. This is basically we live in a simulation logic. When you're thinking of like multiple possible worlds, it kind of can be a little bit like that. I don't really see why that was necessary for kind of what he's getting at, so maybe there's something I'm fundamentally missing here, but like also I'm not sure to what extent you guys want to watch me read through Godel's theory and try and make sure I know exactly what it's saying. But it must be a property of every godlike object, as every godlike object has all the positive properties. Like it's just saying that because something's defined a particular way, then it must have that particular property, and that property is existence. And so, like, if I define unicorns as existing, because unicorns contain the essence of existence, that doesn't make it so that unicorns exist. The main point is that the logic holds and the axioms can be proved, then the existence of God is irrefutable. Well, so, I mean, metaphysically, I probably have a problem with, like, this guy's epistemology. But if I accept his epistemology, which I'm not doing, then yeah, if the premises are all true, then I'm certain that the conclusion like holds true. But that's like a different type of thing. Generally speaking, The analytic philosophers, I think, have like their understanding of like the analytic interpretation of like reality, I think, is like, I think they missed the point. I think their notion of categorization is wrong, and their epistemology is wrong, and they think that you could achieve certain types of propositional truths, and I just don't think that that's correct, because I don't think you can capture reality in a proposition, because reality is like too complex, and propositions require perfect categorization of all objects, and perfect categorization of all objects is not possible because necessary and sufficient conditions can't properly capture objects, and instead we categorize through prototypical conditions. And if you use prototypical conditions, the separations between categories of objects is not black and white. You have degrees of membership to categories, and if you have that, then the logical proofs that analytic philosophy uses can't be used, if that's how categorization works. If you believe in large enough birds, though, Big Bird, is Big Bird a real bird? Who knows? But if you're into formal logic, I'm not. But sometimes I've read like a decent amount of it. But for lack of a better word, you are a loser, Generalist Gaming. Oh no, because you fell for the troll. Mahmoud doesn't even care about any of the factual basis of his arguments. So, to be fair, so am I. I fed the troll too. No, I mean, I think it's okay to discuss, like, I think discussing things with people you disagree with is really important. I think if you don't engage with people you disagree with, that's, like, really bad. I think that you really don't want to do that. And it's so easy to not... There's a human tendency to be dismissive. And I think you have to combat this tendency. You know... and I think my being receptive to several points of Mahmoud is, like... intellectually somewhat important to me. So far I haven't found any of his points particularly compelling, and I've found like some things like especially like the morality like applying to Muslims when it doesn't apply to other people, which he's not at any point in time like backpedaled on, because I've mentioned that I found that problematic. Like, I still find it problematic, and like if his like opening salvo was that Islam leads to better morality. So if like that's the morality that Islam leads to, where it's only morality for Muslims, then like I'm not interested. Then you don't think our world is mathematical? Have you ever heard of category theory? It depends what category theory you're meaning. I mean, this is something I've studied, like the nature of metaphysics and this type of stuff. I think that I think you're cherry picking I think you're cherry picking super hard on like the academic stuff you're choosing to cite, because you'll appeal to Gödel here, but you won't like any of the people who have discovered archaeological findings of like Jewish stuff in the Levant, right? So I think you're picking and choosing guys that support your narrative. Because Gödel is the guy from the West, right? If you have a wholesale problem with Western academic institutions, you should never, like, cite a guy like Gödel, right? But the thing is, you have a problem with some, but not the others. The ones that support your position, you don't have a problem with. The ones that are against your position, you do. Propositions would need to be made by perfect perception of things themselves. Yeah, so a single analysis can be perceived as a complete truth if we conclude that a human... and ever computer-based perception is fallible. Yeah, and so like the problem is like the categorization's not like discrete. I think also to make a wild theological claim, I don't believe in the existence of anything that isn't God, even myself. I mean, radical skepticism is like fine. Like. If there's like a model of like God that like I would be like the most receptive to, it would be one where either like everything is an imagination of God and reality doesn't actually exist, or something like this. If your God excludes people who are not believers due to circumstances of birth, that makes no sense morally. Yeah, that's kind of where I am. You could, and so multiple conflicting deities because people believe them to be true. The factual material doesn't really matter because to them their beliefs are real. Well, I mean, I believe that there are multiple people believing multiple deities. I don't dispute that. Sadly, you're muted again. No, really? Test. No, I'm not. We got a troll in the chat. Oh wow, still on this chat arc. Multi-stream conversation with Mahmoud kind of at the tail end of this and brought it up again. I'm not sure how much more I'll field for like the Islam argument from specifically Mahmoud. Because I think a lot of stuff is just like super far off. But I mean like the ontological argument where the crux of the argument is like and I'm assuming Godel's is a little bit more nuanced than this, and so like maybe this isn't fair to Godel, but it's basically like because God is a perfect being as we've conceived of him, and the most perfect being would in fact exist, therefore God does exist. It isn't even radical skepticism. For me, God is existence by essence of, and all individuality of distinction is illusion. Everything that exists, well, to me, it's such as God. Yeah, the problem with that, Ivar, in my opinion, is not as much that it's wrong as that I think your definition of God is just radically different than other people's conception of the word, such that I think you just talk past people a lot. I'm just concluding your thought. If God created all creatures, some even equally species, and only favors one single part of that species, it doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, for my morality, personally, I definitely favor humans. Yet I cite him in my proof. I'm not cherry-picking. You're absolutely cherry-picking. You think that all of the academics that have engaged in any kind of archaeology related to the Hebrew or Jewish artifacts are just making stuff up. But you don't think Godel's making stuff up because you want to cite him, right? An interesting medical theory is that one of the reasons childbirth is so painful is that it acts as a dopamine pump in order to ease the forming connection between the mother and child. Interesting. God designed that on purpose. That's kind of messed up. God did a lot of things on purpose that's kind of messed up. But also, like, if God does exist, their motivations would be, like, infinitely complex. So it'd be really difficult to actually make any sort of... I wouldn't... If I thought there was evidence for God's existence, I wouldn't necessarily question their judgment when it came to what the good was. But I don't think they exist, so, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. By definition, it mostly aligns with Sufism or Catholic mysticism, yeah. It just means you have to either explain what you mean, or you have to, like, just try to avoid the word. But, yeah, the citing one Western academic and then calling an entire category of Western academics, like, hacks that are making stuff up is, in my opinion, like cherry picking. Because you need every single artifact that's ever been discovered in the Levant with carbon dating preceding the Crusades. You need every single one of those to be made up. Or an overwhelming majority or something like this. Bertrand Russell was an atheist who hated Islam and God, and I cite him in my proof for finite primes implicitly by invoking set theory. I respect him, yet I disagree. You call me cherry picking. Yeah, no, the point is you're citing you're cherry picking evidence because you're only citing evidence that supports your side, and you're categorically dismissing the other evidence, right? If Russell had a proof against the existence of God, you would not cite Russell on that. I don't think Russell specifically addresses God, but like the you're citing someone that specifically has a proof for the existence of God, right? But the point is that you don't want to accept evidence from the academic sphere. So like either the academic sphere is a tainted well for evidence, or it's not. And there can be like individual studies that are problematic, but you're talking about dismissing out of hand every single piece of archaeological evidence because everyone is tainted, right? If you think everyone in Western academia is tainted in a particular sphere, then it doesn't make much sense to cite a particular person in a different sphere, because that just seems like grossly improbable that like these two philosophers are okay, but the entirety of like archaeological is like problematized. God would probably give fire arguments for why women should experience intense pain in giving birth. Yeah, the like if God does exist, I don't think that it has a particular it wouldn't be my position. Like there'd be no. If God exists and he asserted a particular thing was for the good, like, I don't think I would be in any way capable of, like, disagreeing or proving him wrong. But archaeology is not philosophy. You're right. Archaeology actually examines physical things and isn't a pure abstraction. But the institution of academia and the process of science is like something that is unified and like together, and the institutions that have the philosophy and allow the philosophy are the same ones that allow the archaeology. The issue is most academics do not know about this. They think their research is accurate, which is incredibly sad. They lie and could not be. Why are there artifacts that are Hebrew that are carbon dated before the Crusades if everything was shifted after the Crusades? Why do those artifacts exist? They think their research is accurate, which is sad. You were saying before that they were intentionally all lying and covering it up. Not that they didn't know about it, but they were complicit in the cover-up. A lie cannot be sustained with so many. You said that they were lying about it earlier. That's not what you said earlier. And why are they discovering objects that carbon date before the Crusades if the cover-up happened during the Crusades? Right? You would have to have like nothing with like with Hebrew writing or like Aramaic referencing the Jews in the region be discovered with carbon dating that precedes the Crusades. As I said, isotopes can be faked. You think isotopes are being faked by the Crusaders? Who, like, didn't even know what, like, technology was? I don't know about that. So now the Crusaders had access to the type of technology, which I don't even know if I agree with isotopes being fakeable, but you're saying that carbon dating technology was available to the Crusaders, also that they were ignorant, which is what you were saying earlier, like during that time period, and they somehow faked this stuff and buried it in the earth. This is like Kingmaker chat what I walk into, troll feeding, I guess. Who says they did not transport the artifacts there to make it seem more realistic? So now we're back on, of course, that the what is it, the academics are now complicit again, or that the Crusaders very deliberately buried thousands upon thousands of artifacts all throughout the desert of the Levant. Is that what we're saying? They changed the carbon dating of thousands of objects and they buried them in the Levant and then they completely erased all knowledge of carbon dating so that the people of modern times who discovered carbon dating, again, after it had been discovered by the Crusaders, so that these people would be tricked into thinking that the Jews were from the Levant, or they had that there was that they settled in the Levant. I guess "from" is maybe not the right word. Surely carbon dating to such an early time like the Crusades would have been rough, very rough due to the half-life. Explain Yiddish being found in Norway. The thing is, what I'm saying is not inconsistent with there being Jews in Norway. I'm not saying there weren't Jews in Norway. I'm saying that they were Jews in Levant. I don't have to demonstrate anything regarding like the appearance of Jews in Norway. You're saying that they didn't nor were ever there in history, and that is a fabrication. This chat is wonderful conversations. Yeah, this conversation is probably going to end soon. This argument would make more sense if there was time travelers exist and went back to troll assault. Yeah, well, maybe. Wait, is this guy like saying Jews didn't exist in pre-modern period? He's saying that the Crusaders rotated the map and lied about where the Jews existed historically, and they really existed in Germany and Scandinavia and not in the Levant. Not the academics moved it, the church did. Okay, so they moved thousands of artifacts. They moved and scattered thousands of artifacts in order to facilitate the Jews being there, historically speaking, and also did not do so with the Christians. Or I guess they preceded the Christians, but like, yeah, I think it might be better to ignore Mahmud. I appreciate your intellectual honesty, but it's for sanity's sake. Yeah, Islam's always existed, archaeology is fake. That's kind of, yeah, he was arguing it always existed. In Islam, it's fairly common to deny the fact that the Jews lived in the Levant because they feel it gives them more claim to the land. Yeah, no, I'm thinking that's exactly what this is. So... this is also justification for their earliest religious conquests. Olympic level mental gymnastics. Yeah, I kind of think so. Jesus was German. That's kind of what he's saying. He certainly looks white. Best argument I've heard so far. Jesus, every picture we see of Jesus, he was white. Just saying he was from the Levant. Because otherwise it could contradicts their whole idea of religion of peace. They moved a lot of artifacts to the Levant. And then they buried them really good, deep and proper under like tons of sediment that like you can doesn't geologically make sense. Yiddish writing in Norway was because of they traded artifacts. Vikings loved the Roman coins and all. That makes a lot of sense too. I just got a Daily Wire ad right now, dog. Oh man, we gotta change what we're talking about. Also, why Muslims don't want any digging in the temple mound because that way they found Jewish artifacts. Yeah, isn't there like a giant like wall that has a bunch of Jewish inscribing on there? I mean, the Crusaders put it there afterwards. I don't know. They did not move the artifacts. You just said they did. The crusade was bigoted action on multiple levels. I agree the crusade was bigoted. You don't need to convince me of that. They attempted to move all the Jews to the Levant, in which they partially succeeded. Right, but there's a ton of objects that are dated to way before the Crusades and would have had to have been... Your argument necessitates that they've been moved during the Crusades. Mainstream Islam theology is that Islam existed since the start of time, but humanity basically forgot until the Prophet told it again. Yeah, you need archaeological evidence for things for it to exist. Hey Playa, welcome to the conclusion of the stream where we try and catch up on chat while simultaneously people are discussing whether or not the Jews ever existed. Which GPs should a small nation piggyback on for most of the game? Probably Great Britain. If your aim is hegemony, probably Great Britain. You find it impossible to fight them head-on late game? Well, you can take over the block and then subjugate them. If you I forget the sequencing. If you join the block and then become a subject after joining the block by swaying them in, then they, if you cease being a subject, you stay in the block. And so my understanding is that if you get bigger than them and then you get free, that you can take over the block in its entirety. Although I haven't done this. It's just an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory debunking the God's work, honestly. But you've done your fair share, yeah. That sounds made up, that they were just transported to Italy after the fact. It seemed like Roman Empire originated in Italy. I have to cheese it asking for investment rights in Great Britain to bankrupt their subsidized industry. I'm sorry, but when Crusaders conquered Jerusalem, they killed a lot of Jews there too. Don't you mean they planted a lot of dead bodies? The Jews were already dead. You do not understand the point I'm making. I think I understand the point you're making. I think you are just wrong. You're saying that the Crusaders engaged in this Heraclean effort to somehow fake that the Jews were there, and also didn't choose to fake that the Christians were there forever. Ooh, Zoomy Real, thank you for the raid. I feel like you guys have walked into it. Also, thank you. I didn't see the notification. Board Panda 69, thank you for the. If you're still here, thank you for the 3 months Prime. I understand what you're saying. I just think it's really incorrect. We're also like on our way out. I feel so bad for the raiders. They're like, I wanted Victoria 3. What is all this? We have someone to add some context to the raiders. We have someone in chat who's making the argument that the Jews were never present in the Levant, and instead, as part of a conspiracy, the Crusaders moved a bunch of historical artifacts there, and that in fact Jesus was from Germany/Scandinavia. Jesus existed, he was just German. With all due respect, give me a peer-reviewed article that states any of the things you've said in chat. Well, we don't count those articles. We count just the philosophy of Godel. Jews are clearly an artificial creation of the Jews. Without Jewish involvement, there wouldn't be any Jews at all. This much seems true. If he doesn't explain your point better. Too late, Zumi. Journalist is ending the stream soon. Yeah. Sorry, Zumi. Also, like, really walking it into, like, some of the stuff. Getting raided while having a theological argument with the troll is hilarious. It's actually probably more entertaining to the raiders than me just, like, playing Vic 3. Just because they're, like, walking into something like drama. Then explain the Bethlehem in Germany that matches the description of the biblical Bible verbatim. The description in the Bible is not very comprehensive describing Bethlehem, and Bethlehem in Germany was named after Bethlehem in the Levant. That's why they have the same name. But the Bible's description of Bethlehem isn't comprehensive regarding, like, every single street. Like, what? You're better off streaming Poe than arguing? Yeah, walked into a wild moment, basically. Sorry, Twitch chat. Sorry, Twitchers. I think we're trying to get ahead of the chat, but I think it's just never going to happen. Why do people keep calling you shiny? No, it's just him calling me shiny. Is it because the head? I think so. No way this is still happening. It is. But I think that we're probably done with it. 30 minutes to the side of the stream to get all the off-topic chatter out of the way. Maybe. I think that we can do it. I think that this is not necessarily reflective, and at this point I think I've fielded the argument for an extended period of time. Bethlehem, Germany, a place named after the home of your godson, who himself is God, sounds nonsensical. Bethlehem is clearly a Semitic and not German name. Wait, Bethlehem, Germany? It's not even named Bethlehem in Germany? Just go sit IRL for a bit. Yeah, I mean, like... Alright, well, we caught up with chat. I guess we'll see if anyone's playing Victoria. Should we raid politics, or should we raid Victoria? What's the truth of the matter? What should we be raiding? It's like, which one should we truly be raided? Maybe we actually just raid Path of Exile, Call it a compromise. Oh, looks like a lot of people are doing Vic3. Oh, in another language. Okay, maybe we just call it a stream. Not sure we necessarily want to give all of our chatters to some poor soul and have them just randomly arguing this. Yeah, I actually don't want to send my chatters anywhere. I don't want to send this argument somewhere else. Look up Mahar Farhat. He could explain better than I on the internet. I give up. Okay, fair. I think you explained yourself perfectly well. I think that I have to believe that all of archaeology is just making stuff up for your point to be correct. And I think that it's more probable that you are finding sources that are creating arguments that are motivated primarily through confirmation bias. Yeah. So I had fun the last hour. Appreciate when we stream again. We will stream tomorrow morning. But I think that thanks for the stream. You're very welcome. Raid science. Raid the psychiatry. No. Will we stream Poe later? I don't know. It depends on what I can get done and stuff. Runar says, I'm literally Googling the guy, I can't even find the name. Or literally Googling the name, can't even find the guy. It might help if you add Israel to that. But we're not going to stick around and see what happens. I think we're done here. I think that we maybe don't field this discussion as much in the future. So if... I suppose if you want to make the argument to the chatters, Mahmoud, you're more than welcome to, but I probably won't address this argument anymore when you comment. That Israel, or that Jesus was born in Germany / Scandinavia, and it was a conspiracy of the Crusaders to move all of the, not only the Jews themselves, but the history of the Jews to the Levant in the greatest, migrational cover-up in history, and that there's no evidence of this happening in terms of archaeological, a mass-like movement of both archaeological artifacts and Jews, and also the Crusaders understood how to do carbon dating, buried really, really old artifacts that they took from Germany and Scandinavia that were Jewish. Also, there's no Jewish or Scandinavian cities that are, or there's no German or Jewish Scandinavian cities either, even though they all lived there. And that the Crusaders took really old artifacts, over a millennia old, and just intentionally buried them in the dirt in order to support that the Jews were always there. I think that's cause the Dead Sea Scrolls are over 1,500 years old at this point, and so either the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they were discovered in the West Bank, so the Crusaders would have had to have discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls, in 1500 BC. Somehow the scrolls are intact, and they take them to the Levant just to bury them. Remains is really religious, believes that real Jews were actually brought to Africa and then transported to the USA as slaves. Interesting. But yeah, I think that's where we are. Sorry, Raiders. I apologize. This is not a reflection of what you would normally see. This is a reflection of what you would normally see. But I think we are going to wrap up the stream before more people chat, and I feel compelled to respond to them. So, bye-bye, everyone. Have a good one. You can't stop me from leaving. I'm gone.